Hey guys, tonight we wander into the heart of ancient Babylon as the first pale fingers of dawn stretch across the Tigris's silvery curve, painting mud brick walls in soft apricot hues. You probably won't survive this day without feeling the gentle hum of merchants arranging wares, the distant bleat of tethered goats echoing between stalls, and the bird song weaving through alleys still wet with last night's dew. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop your city and local time in the comments. I love seeing where everyone's tuning in from. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into today's journey together. Section 1. You arrive at the edge of the sprawling market just as the sky lightens to a pale lavender. Traders begin to lift heavy wooden shutters, revealing stacked clay jars and woven reed baskets. A faint mist lingers over the packed earth, and you can feel the ground still cool under your sandals. Mainstream archaeological evidence tells us that Babylonian markets thrived as early as the 18th century BCE, operating day after day as vital economic hubs in Mesopotamia. Historians still argue whether these markets followed rigid urban zoning plans imposed by city rulers or evolved organically from riverside campsites, but either way, their footprint shaped daily life in incredible ways. The first stall you pass is a spice vendor's, where the sharp scents of cumin, coriander, and dried mint swirl like ghostly dancers in the chilly air. You draw a deep breath, feeling the spices tickle your sinuses. A fringe account from an 11th century CE manuscript suggests that some Babylonian spice sellers claimed their pepper was blessed by Ishtar herself, ensuring lovers' hearts would burn with passion. But mainstream scholars caution those tales likely arose much later, romanticized by traveling poets. Yet, as you inhale, you can't help imagining a hidden incantation dissolving into those granules. Further along, you hear the rhythmic creak of a tanner clay oven firing up. Bakers in broad-shouldered tunics slide flat loaves of barley bread onto its interior walls with long wooden paddles. Steam billows out, rising in glowing amber plumes that catch the morning light. You watch as golden discs emerge, their crusts puffed and speckled with sesame seeds. Flatbread was a staple in ancient Babylonian diets, cuneiform tablets, even record barley bread rations for temple workers. Historians still debate whether barley loaves were hardened intentionally for long journeys or simply reflected cereal availability. But the result is the same. Their aroma fills the air like a warm hearth. Nearby, a table holds bunches of sticky dates piled high among fronds of wild palm. You pluck a ripe date, its skin taut and glossy. The flesh yields beneath your teeth in a burst of rich sweetness. Mainstream agrarian studies show that date palms were a cornerstone of Mesopotamian agriculture cultivated for both sustenance and trade. Fringe lore claims that senior priests deemed certain palmyras sacred, reserving their fruit only for royal ceremonies, though historians still question whether such exclusivity ever held practical sway. Nonetheless, you savor that sweet chew-tasting history in every sticky bite. As you move on, discarded husks crunch underfoot, leading you to a potter's stall. Curved clay jugs, burnished smooth and stamped with small cylinder seal motifs, glow in soft sunrise light. You pick up a jug, feeling its weight and smooth surface fingertips tracing the seal's raised clay script. Pottery was one of Mesopotamia's great technological triumphs, its durability and form essential to storing oil grain and beer. Archaeologists still debate how potter guilds shared secret recipes for clay mixtures. Some argue through formal apprenticeships, others through communal workshops. But the jugs you handle bear the silent signature of countless hands shaping earth into art. A burst of color catches your eye at a textile merchant's stand. Rolls of woolen kilims and linen mantles unfurl, revealing vibrant stripes of indigo, saffron, and crimson. You run your hand along a fabric's weave and feel its firm yet pliant texture. Mainstream textile evidence suggests Babylonians spun flax and wool on drop spindles, then dyed cloth using local madder roots and imported indigo. Historians still argue whether certain patterns signaled guild membership or regional origin. But standing here, you sense each thread weaves stories of sheep-rearing pastures and distant trading ships. Turning a corner, you find a fishmonger's stall, shaded by a reed awning. On a wooden board lie glistening riverfish, barbel carp, and mud perch, eyes bright, and scales catching the pink morning glow. A murmur of water and soft slaps accompany the fish as the vendor arranges them. The faint scent of brine edges your nostrils. Mainstream zoo archaeological studies confirm that tigress fish formed a key protein source, and methods like salting and sun-drying extended their shelf life. Fringe botanists speculate that ancient chefs may have stuffed fish with grated herbs, mint, root, dill, to mask any river musk. Though historians still debate whether such stuffing reflected culinary flair or practical odor control. Just beyond you, encounter an herbalist's corner where bundles of dried mint rue and ginger hang from a crossbeam. Each bundle drapes in soft papery twists. A hush falls as you inhale the gentle bitterness of rue and the sharp warmth of ginger. Mainstream medical texts from 2000 BCE list dozens of plant-based remedies, infusions for headaches, poultices for wounds, while historians still argue whether apothecaries functioned more like pharmacists or spiritual healers. You lift a sprig of mint, letting its cool aroma intertwine with the market's complex perfume. A rhythmic clip-clop echoes as an ox cart arrives, loaded with bleating lambs tethered behind woven pens. Shepherds in wool cloaks guide their flock, the animal's soft boss weaving into the market's soundscape. Livestock trade was central to the Babylonian economy tax records, tallying head counts with meticulous care. Historians still debate whether small-scale herders dominated livestock markets or if temple estates monopolized flocks. But seeing those lambs tethered for sale, you feel the ancient bond between shepherd and city. Nearby, a jeweler's table gleams with silver rings, copper bracelets, and strings of carnelian and lapis lazuli beads. You see artisans gently hammering fine wire into filigree patterns, their tools whispering a metallic lullaby. Semi-precious stones traded from distant Afghan mines reflect the sun in tiny bursts of blue and red. Mainstream trade records reveal extensive commerce along the so-called lapis route, while historians still argue knots of caravan routes and royal sponsorship. But the intricate beads tell tales of long-distance journeys far beyond Babylon's walls. You pause at a barter scene, a farmer with a sack of barley negotiating with a copper merchant. Voices are low, respectful, pitched like ripples over smooth stones. They speak of weights, shekels of copper for measures of grain. Mainstream cuneiform tablets record standardized weight systems, yet historians debate how strictly these standards applied in local markets versus large temple transactions. Witnessing their calm negotiation, you sense commerce as a gentle dance, not a clash of wills. A soft curl of smoke leads you to stalls selling resin incense, bundles of frankincense and myrrh in alabaster bowls. Tiny embers glow as incense burns, releasing sweet woody smoke that drifts like pastel ribbons. Ancient Babylonian rituals prize these resins in temple ceremonies and domestic rites. Scholars note their antiseptic properties, while historians still argue if incense's primary role was spiritual or hygienic, or perhaps both. You draw in the fragrant swirl, feeling your nerves ease in its warm embrace. Across the aisle, a potter's wheel spins under a makeshift shade. You see hands shaping a new vessel. The wheel's steady turn mirrors the river's constant flow. Clay rises, formed by fingertips, into a graceful curve. Mainstream craft studies show potter's wheels first appeared in Mesopotamia around 3500 BCE, revolutionizing ceramic production. Historians still debate whether wheels spread from village workshops or temple complexes, but watching that spinning circle conjures timeless continuity. Fruit stalls glow with early figs and pomegranates glistening like jeweled orbs. You see vendors carefully arrange fruit in overlapping rings. Mainstream agrarian texts praise these fruits both for taste and symbolic abundance. Historians still discuss whether pomegranates, symbols of fertility, featured in marriage ceremonies or palace banquets first, but seeing their ruby seeds catch light, you sense a sweetness beyond simple flavor. A quiet nook reveals a scribe's shaded stand, where clay tablets stacked like silent poems, await incising. A stylus scratches wet clay in neat cuneiform lines. Nearby, an oil lamp flickers on a low table. Mainstream studies confirm scribes held high status, trained through rigorous apprenticeships. Historians still debate scribal literacy rates among women. But watching stylus and tablet, you feel writing's weight in every groove. Shoemakers, near the alley's edge, bend over leather strips and hemp braids, stitching simple sandals by eye. The repetitive stitch echoes the market's gentle pulse. Mainstream ethnographies note that leatherwork and rope-making supplied essential goods for both city and camp. Historians still argue whether shoemakers formed guilds or operated as itinerant craftsmen, but their rhythmic needlework hums like a lullaby. Last in this dawn portrait, a camel wool weaver displays blankets of coarse insulating fiber. You brush a finger over the textured weave, feeling warmth in your palm. Camel hair imported via desert caravans, draped wealthy households and nomad tents alike. Mainstream trade analyses map camel wool's role in Mesopotamia's wider network. Historians still debate the exact routes, steppe to city or temple to temple exchange, but that fabric speaks of desert winds and distant horizons. By the time the sun fully ascends, the market hum has become a steady river of voices, bleats, creaks, and chants. The air warms, scents sharpen, and shadows shrink beneath woven canopies. In this gentle dawn's first light, you've glimpsed a day at a Babylonian market stall, a tapestry of senses, trades, and whispered debates where ancient routines persist beneath every folding map of history. You step deeper into the market as the sun climbs higher and the air grows warm with the day's promise. All around you, baskets heave with vibrant powders and dried herbs, their scents mingling in a gently intoxicating swirl. This is the realm of spice-scented breezes where cumin and coriander drift like wisps of incense, and every aroma tells a story centuries old. You probably won't savor such a fragrant tapestry anywhere else, so lean in and let the market's spice chorus lull you into its timeless rhythm. A narrow aisle opens before you, flanked on either side by low wooden tables piled high with conical mounds of ground spices. The first stall glistens with a mound of golden turmeric, its bright pigment catching sunlight like morning rays trapped in powder form. The vendor, a woman with linen-wrapped hair and copper-stained fingers, dips a wooden scoop into the mound and offers you a pinch on your palm. You inhale, the earthiness carries a faint, peppery warmth, a prelude to the busy day ahead. Mainstream botanical studies confirm turmeric's use in Mesopotamia by at least the 2nd millennium BCE, valued both as a dye and a digestive aid. Historians still debate whether its trade routes wove directly from the Indus Valley or trickled through intermediate nodes in the Iranian plateau. But here in your palm, turmeric's legacy tastes immediate. Beside turmeric sits a mound of olive-green coriander seeds, each orb flecked with tiny ridges. The vendor wipes her brow, then crushes a few seeds between stone grinders, releasing bright lemon-tinted oils that zing the air. You close your eyes, savoring the lift in your chest as citrusy notes dance around the turmeric's warmth. Fringe texts speak of Babylonian brewers adding crushed coriander to barley beer for both flavor and purported antiseptic properties, though mainstream fermentation scholarship suggests hops and pomegranate extracts played larger roles in ancient brewing. Whether coriander crowned flavor or function, its presence here feels woven into every breath. A third stall gleams with deep red chili flakes piled into a perfect cone with jagged edges. A breeze lifts a few flakes, scattering them toward your face. You catch the faintest hint of heat. Even inhaled, their potency pricks your nostrils. You taste a single flake on your tongue, a sudden flash of spice that fades to smoky warmth. Chilies arrived in Mesopotamia only after the Columbian Exchange, centuries after Babylon's heyday. But local scribes adapted ancient spice trade lexicons to include chili terms by the late Ottoman period. Historians still argue whether Babylonian cooks ever tasted chili heat. But here, in the modern market cycle, chili adds a thrilling counterpoint to cumin and coriander's mellow chorus. Leaning in, you pass a table of ground cumin, its rich honeyed aroma swirling around you like golden dust. The vendor, an older man whose beard curls silver in the sunlight, holds a handful up to his nose and closes his eyes, murmuring a blessing to the spice mountain. In mainstream Mesopotamian cuisine, cumin was a star seasoning recorded in palace kitchen tablets alongside leeks and garlic. Historians still debate whether cumin's primary appeal lay in its aroma or its digestive properties. But in this moment, inhaling its dense, bittersweet warmth, you feel both appetite and calm. Across the aisle, a mound of sumac, deep rose in color, beckons with a tart, tangy fragrance. You rub a few berries between your palms, feeling their puckering acidity coat your skin in mild starch. Sumac's sharpness cuts through richer flavors, a citrus substitute long prized in the Levant, though surviving Babylonian texts reference similar souring agents like tamarisk berries. Fringe culinary reconstructions sometimes replace sumac with tamarind, but here the rose-tinted dust tastes like sunrise squeezed into spice form. You step back to survey the full palette: mustard yellow, turmeric, olive green coriander, bronze, brown cumin, scarlet chili, and rose-red sumac. A gentle breeze rustles woven mats overhead, stirring the spices into fleeting clouds. The vendor arrays small clay bowls before you, each filled with a spice mixed into thick olive oil pastes. For your skin, he says, offering a dab of mustard seed paste. You feel a gentle warmth spread where you apply it, a whisper of ancient beauty rituals, that mixed spice pastes for complexion and muscle ease. Mainstream dermatological studies have since proven mustard oil's anti-inflammatory properties. Historians credit ancient brewers and balneotherapists for blending spices into poultices that soothed both body and spirit. Nearby, a woman arranges dried mint bouquets tied with reed twine. She plucks a leaf, rolling it between her fingers, until the cool menthol aroma lifts your spirits. Mint tea, an enduring tradition in the region, draws on this very herb. Mainstream medical papyri from the first millennium BCE list mint infusions for headaches and digestive relief. Yet, historians still analyze variations in mint species. Some texts specify Mentha spicata, others Mentha longifolia, showing deep botanical attention. Here, you drink in mint's crisp clarity, imagining it steeped in clay cups for scribes' midday respite. A gentle bell tinkles as an apprentice refills ceramic jars of cloves, tiny maroon spikes, each crowned with a bud. You handle one gingerly, its fragrance branching into pepper eucalyptus and a hint of citrus. Cloves arrived in Mesopotamia via ancient maritime trade networks, prized for both flavor and purported germ-killing power. Historians still debate whether cloves were austerely medicinal or used more lavishly in banquet feasts. Archaeological spice residue analysis from palace hearths suggests both, depending on context. In your palm, cloves taste of reverence, small oracles of healing and ceremony. Not far off, a merchant wafts the smoke of a frankincense burner, infusing the spice stall's aroma with resinous incense. The resin's sweet smoky haze melds with spice dust, creating a layered perfume that invites lingering breaths. Frankincense, though not a market spice per se, opens the olfactory stage for the market's larger symphony. Mainstream ritual studies link frankincense to Ishtar's temple rites, while historians still debate whether incense's spiritual efficacy lay in smoke's psychological effects or its antimicrobial virtues. In this spice-scented air, both seem likely. You pause to rest your hand on a cloth-covered barrel labeled Persian saffron. Inside lies slender crimson threads, each tasting of honey hay and a whisper of citrus. A pinch of saffron can color food golden and impart a delicate floral note. Though saffron's origins trace to ancient Persia, cuneiform trading records show Babylonian merchants prized it in luxury textile dyeing as well as cooking. Historians still argue over whether saffron featured in everyday fare or remained an elite spice, but here in the market's bustle, you see jacquard wraps dyed saffron yellow, alongside saffron-sprinkled rice dishes on clay plates, a fusion of taste and textile. Footsteps echo as a cart creaks past, carrying tamar hindi paste jars, tamarind pulp mixed with salt and spices into a savory sour paste. Though tamarind entered the spice repertoire post-classical era, modern cooks in the region rely on tamarind's depth. Some fringe recipes suggest ancient cooks used fermented date syrup for similar sour complexity. Mainstream culinary texts differ. You dip a finger tasting tamarind's sweet-sour richness that might once have flavored stews and glazes in Babylon's royal kitchens. Amid this spice panorama, a soft, narrative voice rises, blending into the market hum. A vendor softly intones, "Cumin seeds for your stew, to kindle warmth in chilled bones. Coriander for your soul, a breath of dawn in midnight's dark. Sumac for your spirit, tart clarity to sharpen dreams." His words float on the breeze, weaving spice lore into everyday exchange. Historians still argue whether spice vendors ever recited such poetic pitches, or if this is a later romanticization. Yet, as you breathe the aromas, the poetry feels innate. Turning away from tables of powders, you notice a small troop of cooks at clay-lined hearths. They stir bubbling stews in bronze pots, adding pinches of spice pastes, combinations passed down for generations. A dollop of cumin and coriander paste. Here, a swirl of tamarind paste. There, a dusting of chili to lift the senses. Fringe ethnobotanists record that some stews were consecrated with specific spice sequences. First the bitter, then the pungent, then the sweet, to honor the elements of earth, air, and fire. Mainstream culinary historians caution against over-ritualizing, yet everyone agrees that spice timing influences flavor development. As midday draws near, the spice vendor arranges small clay cups filled with filtered water and drops of various spice-infused oils for tasting. You sip one each: turmeric oil, cumin oil, coriander oil, mint distillate. Each sip acts like a mini ceremony, sharpening your palate and heightening awareness of the subtle dance each spice performs. Mainstream sensory studies show that tasting spice oils improves flavor memory, a skill revered by ancient master cooks. Historians still puzzle over how cooks calibrated spice proportions so precisely without written recipes. But your taste buds awakened revel in the calibration. A final waft of wind scatters fine dust from the spice mounds, coating the market in a golden brown hush. You close your eyes, inhaling the market's spice essence, the earth-warm turmeric, the citrusy coriander, the smoky cumin, the tart sumac, the stinging chili, the cool mint, the resinous frankincense, the floral saffron, the sweet tamarind. In this spice-scented breeze, you feel the multi-layered pulse of everyday Babylon. Its kitchen fires, ritual feasts, temple rites, caravan tales, and timeless human need to season both food and life. You linger by the tanner oven, the morning sun now warming the air, until steam and heat swirl into a comforting haze. Here unfolds the world of barley bread loaves, where bakers shape dough into warm discs that puff against clay walls, crackle under your fingertips, and carry the simple power of sustenance you probably won't taste anywhere else quite like this. A baker, his forearms dusted with flour and his tunic pulled up at the waist to ward off oven heat, slides a flatbread from the tanner with deft flicks of a wooden paddle. The loaf's underside bears a pattern of ember marks, dark crescents, hinting at the fire's gentle grip. Flatbread was the everyday staple in Babylon, its earliest forms baked as early as the Old Babylonian period, around 1800 BCE, with barley, the grain of choice for most households. Archaeologists confirm that barley bread rations appear in administrative tablets alongside lists of laborers and temple workers, emphasizing the bread's role as both nourishment and currency. Historians still debate whether bakeries operated under temple control as centralized industries, or whether small home ovens dotted every quarter but the oven. Before you carries that same ancient legacy. You reach forward and lift a bread warm, pliant, and whispering steam. Its surface yields under your touch, crackling softly like distant thunder, low in the earth. You tear off a corner drawing in the bread's faintly sweet, nutty scent. Barley lends a hearty depth that wheat loaves later surpassed in tenderness, yet barley bread's chew reminds you of simpler times when every bite connected you to field and harvest. A fringe culinary reconstruction suggests that bakers once mixed ground dates into dough for festivals, creating subtly sweet loaves for celebrants. Mainstream culinary scholars caution there's little direct evidence for such blends in domestic contexts, but as you taste a crumb, you can't help imagining that quiet sweetness mingling with grain's warmth. Behind you, children race past carts laden with grain sacks, their laughter bouncing off mud brick walls. A baker gently pats another dough disc, pressing sesame seeds into its still soft surface. Sesame, introduced to Mesopotamia by trade from the Indus region, adds a subtle crunch and oily depth that early texts praise for both flavor and durability. Historians still argue whether sesame seeds were reserved for upper classes or freely sprinkled on every loaf. But here in this bustling market, no bread seems without those tiny pearls of nutty comfort. The baker places your torn piece into a shallow clay bowl of olive oil, infused with crushed garlic and a pinch of dried mint. You dip the warm bread-feeling oil, soak into its porous crumb, then lift it to your lips. The oil's depth and garlic's gentle bite temper the bread's heft, and mint's sharp, cool tiptoes across your tongue. This simple accompaniment echoes ancient practices. Clay tablets from the old Babylonian era list oil and herb pairings as common breakfast fare. Fringe herbalists claim mint served as a digestive and breath freshener for temple diviners. Mainstream medical papyri of the era indeed reference mint as an aid for stomach ailments. Either way, you taste both practicality and ritual in this single dip. Nearby, a baker's apprentice moves between ovens, fanning flames with a hand-woven palm frond fan. The gentle whoosh of air and crackle of burning straw blend into a soft, hypnotic rhythm that steadies your breath. Apprentices learned oven tending as part of comprehensive training, handling fire, shaping loaves, mixing dough. Historians still discuss whether formal baker guilds existed under city governance or if apprenticeships remained household affairs, yet the apprentice before you carries that knowledge in every measured puff of breath against embers. As you nibble, the baker explains, his voice low and soothing, that barley loaves were often stamped with clay seal impressions before baking. He presses an earthen cylinder seal into the dough's center, leaving a spiral star pattern that marks the loaf's origin. Sealed loaves assured quality and prevented theft in temple-run bakeries, while home bakers used simpler stamps bearing family symbols. Mainstream administrative records confirm seal impressions on daily rations. Historians still debate whether seal-marked loaves were traded as standardized goods across regions or primarily served local needs. Yet here, your loaf bears that spiral star seal, a silent signature linking hand to hearth. You trace the seal's indentations with your thumb as the baker slides another tray into the tenor. The new loaves hiss and crackle, vaulting off the oven walls like soft-sprung trampolines. You inhale again the smell of baking grain and warm clay dissolving any lingering tension. A fringe theory posits that barley bread's round shape symbolized the cyclical nature of the moon, a celestial nod baked into every loaf. Mainstream lunar calendar studies show Mesopotamians paced agricultural festivals by moon phases. Historians still argue whether bread shape correlated with celestial worship or simply practical rolling methods dictated the circle. Yet, as you watch loaves rise in perfect roundness, you sense a sublime harmony of craft and cosmos. You pause to close your eyes, letting ambient sounds wash over you. The baker's soft chant as he kneads dough, a simple refrains of thanks to Enki, god of water and wisdom, blending human voice with oven sighs. Historians still debate how much divine invocation flavored daily tasks, but references to prayers over bread appear in subsequent Neo-Babylonian temple hymns. As the chant drifts, you feel dough's elasticity under your fingers, hearth's warmth seeping into your bones, and hours of kneading distilled into supple softness. A gentle breeze drifts through the market, stirring the baker's loose tunic and cooling the bread barn open front. You tear another piece slower, now savoring texture and narrative in each fibrous strand. Barley's coarser grind reminds you of simpler milling technology, hand-turned querns and saddle querns, where small stones crushed grain between rough surfaces. Mainstream archaeobotanical finds excavated quern stones from settlement sites, while historians still discuss whether centralized mills under temple control dispersed grain to household mills or vice versa. Either way, every loaf here carries echoes of stone-whispered grain. The baker offers you a final loaf, fresh from the oven, still puffed high, its crust flecked with nigella seeds alongside sesame. He suggests tearing it into strips to scoop up a bowl of pottage simmering nearby. You carry the warm bread toward a low cauldron where chickpea stew bubbles its fragrant steam, lifting barley strands. You scoop and taste the stew's tender pulses, entwine with fresh bread in a comforting embrace. Mainstream nutritional studies mirror ancient wisdom. Combining grains and legumes yields a complete protein, while historians still debate whether Babylonian diets balanced macronutrients intentionally or by recipe tradition. In your mouth, balanced nutrition tastes like homely perfection. You lean back against a sun-warmed wall, letting crumbs drift down your chest like gentle rain. Around you, the market hum continues, luteus songs from a street musician, children's hushed giggles, sheep bells tinkling from tethered flocks. The baker's ovens breathe wings of warmth, inviting every passerby to pause, break bread, and taste history's gentle pulse. In this moment, barley bread transforms from simply daily fare into an embodiment of Babylon's living story, a tale kneaded in grain, fired in clay, sealed in family and temple traditions, and shared in quiet communion. You rise feeling nourished, not just in body, but in spirit, carrying warmth in your hands and tales in your heart as you drift deeper into the market's unfolding day. You drift past rows of bakers' stalls into a sunlit pocket of the market where date palms lean low, their fronds casting lacy shadows over woven mats piled with sticky jewel-bright clusters. Here unfolds date palm delights, where the air shimmers with honeyed sweetness and the simple fruit of ancient groves weaves comfort you probably won't find in any sweeter confection. Let the warm breeze and gentle hum of the marketplace carry you into the rustle of Palmyra memories. A vendor leans atop a low bench, rows of split-open date bunches laid before him like amber garlands. His weathered fingers deftly separate individual fruits, offering you one with a nod. The date skin glistens in the morning light, deep bronze, veined like agate. You raise it to your lips and taste the first caress of sweetness, a mellow cascade of caramel honey and a hint of tannin that anchors the flavor in gentle earthiness. Mainstream agronomic studies trace date cultivation in Mesopotamia back to at least 2000 BCE, with palace archives listing date rations for temple servants. Historians still debate whether Palmyra groves were state-owned estates or family-tended orchards. But here in your hand, the fruit's richness speaks of both communal sustenance and private delight. Beside fresh fruit, a small tray holds date wine nuggets, concentrated balls of sun-dried dates infused with grape must and lightly baked their centers, soft as molten gold. You bite into one and a warm flood of fermented sweetness unfolds the gentle bite of grape tannin, the sticky give of flesh, the subtle whisper of yeast on your tongue. Fringe winologists suggest that some date-based wines were ceremonial libations at Sumerian feasts, yet mainstream fermentation scholarship posits that grape wine predominated royal banquets. Still, these nuggets conjure an ancient experimentation, a time when fruit and grain blended to lift spirits at dawn and dusk alike. Nearby, you spy date syrup in clay bowls, its viscous nectar catching afternoon rays like molten bronze. Vendors ladle spoonfuls onto small plates, offering you a taste. You let the syrup spread across your tongue, luxuriant floral, with a whisper of butterscotch and a sheen of mineral depth. Date syrup was a core sweetener long before cane sugar reached these lands, recorded in cuneiform recipe tablets prescribing its use in sweet cakes and festival breads. Historians still argue whether date syrup functioned more as medicine or confection, but when you swirl it over nut-studded flatbread, also sold here, you taste both remedy and indulgence in perfect union. The vendor next to him sells date vinegar distilled in shallow ceramic vats. He dips a reed straw into the amber liquid and offers you a summit sip. The acidity is gentle, no harsh burn, but a soft tartness with underlying fruit notes. You taste wheat bread, undertones, a nod to barley wine base, sometimes used in vinegar production. Mainstream chemical analyses reveal acetic acid levels around 4% in authentic Babylonian style. While historians debate whether vinegar's primary uses lay in cooking or as a household cleaning agent. Yet, as you savor the tang, you imagine an ancient cook balancing flavors in savory stews, using date vinegar to brighten heavy grains and meats. Across the aisle, candied date clusters gleam on wide trays. Vendors dip whole dates in sugar syrup and roll them in crushed pistachios, saffron threads, or rosewater sugar. You select a saffron roll, biting through the crunchy sugar shell to the dense core. Suddenly, you're enveloped in saffron's floral warmth, pistachios' green nutty whisper, and the date's inherent caramel glow. Fringe confectionery reconstructions claim such treats appeared in Neo-Babylonian royal kitchens reserved for high priestly offerings. Mainstream culinary historians feel confidence that street versions, simpler yet equally flavored, brought similar delight to daily markets. Whether royal or common, these confections trace a lineage of sweet craftsmanship. A gentle breeze stirs woven baskets of sun-dried date leather, thin sheets of fruit, pressed with fruit pulp and sun-baked until leathery and pliant. The vendor peels a strip and hands it to you, a rich tapestry of date flesh, chewy and slightly tangy, the fibers pulling apart with each bite. Date leather preserved the harvest for year-round use, easy to pack for caravans or ration out during lean seasons. Archaeobotanical digs in Kish and Ur reveal charred date leather fragments pointing to its deep antiquity. Historians still puzzle over exact drying methods, whether thinly spread on reed mats or pressed into molds. But here, the leathery chew links sustenance and ingenuity in every strand. Among these date staples, a small bowl holds date seed coffee, a modern revival of an ancient idea. Crushed date pits, roasted like coffee beans, ground and brewed into a dark infusion with subtle smokiness and a whisper of date sweetness. A curious hybrid perhaps, but its warm bitterness and gentle fruit echoes remind you of the resourcefulness of past cooks who repurposed every part of the palm. Mainstream food technologists debate its nutritional value, while historians still search for textual evidence that ancient Mesopotamians did similar roasts. Regardless, the brew in your cup feels both familiar and novel, a hushed echo of forgotten practices. A woman sits cross-legged beside a low table of spiced date cakes, small round pastries made from date paste, sesame, anise, and ginger, gently fried in goat's milk fat. You pick one up, its surface crackled like desert sands, and bite into a soft, aromatic treasure. The heat of ginger, the warm licorice of anise, the creamy smoke of sesame oil all meld into the date's base sweetness. Culinary reconstructions place such cakes at temple festivals, honoring Inanna, goddess of love and fertility, though mainstream ritual studies note scarcity of direct textual references. Yet, as you taste the blend's heady balance, suggests a divine formula born of palate and devotion. Beyond sweets, a stack of date palm fronds leans against a wooden post. Vendors pluck young fronds to weave baskets, mats, and even temporary roofs. Sturdy as reeds and fragrant, when burned palmyra fronds shaped everyday life beyond the kitchen. Historians compile legal codes regulating frond harvesting. Some forbade cutting certain groves reserved for temple use, while botanists note the palm's remarkable regeneration from cut stumps. You touch a frond's midrib and feel its strength, reminding you that date palms gave both fruit and fiber sustenance and shelter intertwined. In a quiet corner, a man arranges palm sugar soft blocks of caramel-colored sweetness made by boiling sap collected from date palm flower stalks. Pressed into molds and wrapped in woven leaf palm sugar, tastes richer and more nuanced than simple syrup, with deep treacle undertones. Mainstream ethnographic surveys document palm sugar's use in desserts and medicinal syrups. Historians still debate whether it competed with date syrup or complemented it. But you taste palm sugar's dark velvet richness and imagine stirring it into healing tonics. A gentle chant drifts from a nearby oil lamp shrine. Blessed be the palm that yields golden fruit. Blessed be the hands that gather its gifts. You look up to see a small alcove where a silver bowl holds a single perfect date atop a bed of fresh fronds, an offering to Nana Moon God, who once protected date palms' growth in orchard groves. Mainstream ritual studies note the palm's lunar planting cycles, tied to the moon's phases. Historians still debate whether shrine offerings preceded harvests or followed them. But in this moment, the chant's soft melody infuses the market with sacramental depth. As the market's bustle swells around you, you pause to close your eyes, letting the date palm's symphony, sweet, tangy, spicy, resinous, smoky, fold into your senses. You sense the sun's warmth stored in caramel flesh, the desert's patience in leathery texture, the river's currents in palm frond patterns, and the temple's prayers in scented offerings. A few stray workers carry baskets of dates aloft their arms, bending like fronds under bounty's weight. A child reaches up to pluck a dangling cluster, her laughter soft and fleeting. Finally, you step back toward the aisle's entrance, carrying a small pouch of mixed date treasures, fresh fruit, syrup candy, dried leather, to savor later. As you tuck the pouch at your side, you realize that the date palm through every form whispers of time from ancient groves, blessed by gods, to modern markets, pulsing with life. Its fruit in countless incarnations embodies sustenance, celebration, healing, and artistry, woven into the marketplace's gentle tapestry. In this world of date palm delights, every bite carries a story of orchard tenders, marking seasons, of temple festivals sweetened by palm offerings, of artisans coaxing new pleasures from fruit's bounty, of merchants bridging past and present with each glossy cluster. You step forward, heart-warmed breath, fragrant, tasting history's continuum in each lingering drop of sweetness. The sun climbs higher now, and your footsteps echo softly on packed earth as you wander into a shaded nook beneath a reed canopy. Before you stands a stall of gleaming ceramic jug traders, their wares arrayed like silent sentinels in neat rows, each vessel slim-necked, bulbous-bellied, and stamped with subtle seal impressions, holds the promise of oil water, beer, or fermented wine. You probably won't encounter such an elegant array of everyday vessels anywhere else. Let the gentle clink of clay and soft murmur of trade lull you into this moment. You step forward, brushing your hand along the smooth surface of a medium-sized jug. Its clay body is burnished to a warm honey hue flecked with striations, where the potter's hands once smoothed the wheel's arc. Mainstream archaeological studies confirm that Babylonian potters mastered wheel-thrown ceramics by the early 2nd millennium BCE, their rotating wheels spinning clay faster and more evenly than earlier hand-coiling methods. Historians still debate whether the earliest potter's wheels arrived via Mesopotamian innovations or diffused from neighboring regions, but either way, by your era, wheel throwing was standard, producing uniform jugs prized throughout the city and beyond. A trader, his tunic dusted with clay and his fingers stained by iron-rich slips, lifts a slender-necked amphora. He tilts it toward you, offering a glimpse of its narrow mouth, ideal for minimizing spills when pouring precious liquids. You bring the amphora to eye level, noticing the delicate curve where the neck meets the shoulder, an elegant transition that speaks of both form and function. Fringe analyses of amphora shapes suggest these narrow necks helped seal contents for long-distance trade, yet mainstream vessel typologies show similar shapes used for local storage. Historians still puzzle over whether these jugs once braved caravan routes to Elam or stayed within city granaries, but in your hands, the amphora's silhouette feels perfect for carrying fresh spring water from the outlying qanat to the baker's ovens. Beside the amphora, squat pythos-style jars sit clustered on a reed mat. Their broad shoulders and short necks hint at storage for grains, oils, and seasonings. One such jar is painted with faint red geometric bands circling its belly, echoes of early Uruk symbolic patterns. You run your finger over the painted bands, feeling the slight depression where slip layered the clay. Mainstream art historical surveys trace these decorative bands to prestige pottery made for temple offerings, though historians still debate whether painted jars were everyday wear or reserved for elite households. Yet, as you trace those lines, you sense the silent story of artisans mixing red ochre slip and carefully brushing each swirl before firing. A sturdy water jug catches your eye, next its shoulder, embossed with a simple zigzag motif symbolic of the Tigris's flowing currents. You lift it, noticing its weight balanced between robust handles on either side of the neck. You slip your hands through the handle's loops, admiring their smooth finish against rough reeds beneath. In mainstream ethnographic parallels, such jug handles served both as carrying aids and as attachment points for cords when vessels traveled on pack animals. Historians still analyze whether jug handles originally evolved for ergonomic or ritual purposes. But here, the zigzag tells you something of water's central place in Babylonian life: irrigation, drinking, purification. Your gaze travels to a line of oil storage amphorae, tall and slender, their narrowest necks sealed with clay stoppers, draped in woolen cloth to keep out dust and vermin. A small clay tag dangles from one stopper, marked with the potter's seal, a concentric circle crowned by 3 short strokes. You recognize the seal as belonging to a renowned potter's guild, whose members passed down unique seal designs through matrilineal lines. Mainstream cuneiform archives record contracts stipulating specific seal stamp patterns for quality assurance. Historians still discuss whether these seals functioned as marks of origin authenticity or both. Yet, holding that seal-tagged amphora, you feel assured of its content's provenance, a silent guarantor of quality. A low table displays tanur pots, shallow bowls, used for both cooking and storage. Their clay is darker here, speckled with charcoal bits from earlier use. You carefully lift one, feeling its thick walls retain warmth even in the morning shade. Mainstream residue analyses on excavated tanure shards reveal traces of date pulp, wheat porridge, and lentil stew, confirming their versatility. Historians still debate whether tanure pots were household staples or temple kitchen utensils, but as you cradle the bowl, you envision it cradling porridge for hungry temple laborers or cooling sweet stews for festival guests. The trader gestures to a row of miniature oil lamps, small and squat, each with a single spout and shallow reservoir. You pick up a lamp, noting its gentle curve designed to hold enough oil for an evening flame. You run a thumb across the spout's ridge, imagining wick fibers tucked inside wick tip, resting at the reservoir's edge. Mainstream lamp typologies classify these as Type 3 household lamps, while historians debate whether wick length adjustments followed learned guild rules or intuitive practice. Regardless, the lamp in your hand feels intimate, a vessel that once escorted late-hour scribes copying temple records by flickering lamplight. Beyond lamps, you discover a set of ceramic flasks, slender and graceful, their bodies tapering to a narrow base that fits into basket-woven carriers. These were likely used for precious essences, perfumed oils, herbal tinctures, even early balms. One flask bears a faint incense residue around its lip, hinting at past contents of frankincense-infused oil. Mainstream chemical analyses have identified resin remnants in similar flasks, while historians still question whether flasks served primarily medicinal, ceremonial, or cosmetic roles. Yet, holding this vessel, you imagine temple attendants anointing worshippers' brows before dawn rituals. A gentle murmur arises among buyers comparing prices, shekels of copper offered for a set of 3 jugs. You overhear mentions of weight standards, mina shekel gin. The trader delicately balances a ceramic bowl on a copper scale, adding sprinkled copper weights until the bowl hovers level. You lean in, hearing the faint metallic wink as weights click together. Standardized weights ensured fairness and trust in every transaction. Mainstream administrative tablets meticulously recorded weight equivalencies, though historians still debate how strictly rural markets adhered to urban standards. Yet here, seeing scales and weights in action, you feel the market's quiet integrity. A burst of wind lifts a reed mat edge, revealing a cluster of unfinished jugs, green-gray clay in raw form, awaiting trimming and firing. You touch one, feeling its damp coolness, imprinting your fingertip in soft clay. The unfinished jugs speak of the potter's cycle: wheel throw, leather hard trimming, drying under sun, and finally, firing in open-air kilns. Mainstream craft reconstructions show these steps required careful timing. Too swift drying led to cracks, too slow mold growth. Historians still piece together specific kiln designs, pit kilns versus updraft ovens, but the raw jugs before you radiate potential, each a promise of future vessels. An elderly woman presses a small ornate flask into your hand. Its surface is adorned with a diamond grid motif, each intersection painted with a tiny dot of white slip. She smiles and taps the grid with her fingernail, producing a muted talk like distant raindrops. Such flasks likely held scented oils or medicines, their grid patterns both decorative and tactile. Fringe art. Historians link these motifs to numerical symbolism, perhaps signifying 12 zodiac signs or seasonal cycles, while mainstream ceramic scholars view them as purely aesthetic variations. Yet, as you tap each diamond intersection, you feel a secret code beneath your nail. You set the flask beside a water siphon jug, two vessels joined at the neck, one slightly higher than the other. A gentle tilt sends water cascading from one chamber to the next before pouring from the spout, a simple hydraulic wonder. Mainstream technological treatises cite these siphon jugs as evidence of Babylonian ingenuity in fluid dynamics. Historians still debate whether they served as novelty items for elites or practical household utensils. Yet, watching water flow between chambers in a small demonstration, you sense an ancient mind marveling at nature's hidden currents. In the soft distance, you catch the scent of rosewater petals steeped in clay jars of delicate shape ready for distillation into fragrant hydrosols. While rosewater became more prominent in later Islamic periods, fringe fragrant arts researchers suggest early perfumers experimented with wild roses along the Euphrates. Historians still search for direct evidence in cuneiform recipes, but as you inhale that rose-tinged breeze drifting through the ceramic stall, you imagine priests anointing statues of Ishtar with scented water from similar jars. A curious noise draws your attention to a child's game. Set tiny jugs and bowls scaled down in clay, complete with miniature amphorae for sipping imaginary wine. You pick up a small jug, its lip cracked yet smooth, and recall that clay toys excavated in Ur highlight children's playful mimicry of adult markets. Mainstream childhood studies in archaeology note these miniatures taught social roles, while historians still debate whether they held ritual or pedagogical value. Yet, in your hand, the tiny jug feels delightfully alive, a link between child's play and grown-up trade. The trader leans in, offering a final glimpse at a set of fired clay molds used to impress decorative motifs onto jugs before firing. You see small stamps carved with fish vines and celestial symbols, tools as vital to pottery as any wheel. Mainstream craft histories trace mold use to earlier Ubaid traditions, while historians still chart evolution of slip trailing versus mold stamping. Yet, these molds before you whisper of countless jugs, born in the sparks of kilns, each bearing a printed motif that tied its vessel to myths, seasons, and city identities. As you step back, surveying the stall's treasure trove of ceramic forms, you let the market's gentle hum wash over you, the hushed bargaining, the soft metallic tinkle of weights, the distant bleat of goats, the low chatter of families carrying jugs of water home. In this shaded enclave, ceramic jug, traders offer more than vessels. They offer tangible chapters of Babylon's story. Its water sources, its oils and wines, its medicines and perfumes, its domestic hearth, and its playful joys. You touch the jug you've chosen, a slender-necked amphora sealed with wool cloth, feeling its smooth shoulder cradle your palm. As you walk on, the jug swings gently at your side, promising cool water or warm oil anchoring you to this timeless market. Each vessel in your pouch carries both practical promise and ancestral memory, fired clay born of river mud, shaped by hands, guided by centuries of craft, stamped with seals, speaking of temple quotas and household needs, all ready to pour comfort into your life. And so, you drift onward, jug-laden, and content your senses enriched by the silent language of clay and fire. The market's sunlit lanes await more stories. The next stall's pigments, the next corner's clay, the next whisper of trade. But for now, you carry Babylon's liquid legacy in ceramic silence, each jug a vessel of gentle storytelling and ambient calm. You drift onward, guided by the leveling sun and the river's soft murmur, until you slip into the embrace of textile, hoard unfurled, where bolts of woven cloth cascade from shaded racks, color and texture, whispering of distant looms and patient weavers. You probably won't encounter such quiet grandeur anywhere else. So, pause. Breathe in the faint musk of sheep's wool and flax fibers, and let the gentle rustle of fabrics carry you deeper into the market's unfolding story. A merchant stands beneath a low palm thatch awning, hands working deftly as he unfolds a length of indigo-dyed linen. The fabric falls in soft drapes, its deep blue reminding you of the Tigris at dusk. You reach out, feeling the linen's cool, slightly crisp texture under your fingertips. Mainstream textile studies confirm that Babylonians cultivated flax from at least 2000 BCE, spinning its fibers into fine linen prized for cooler garments in the desert heat. Historians still debate whether indigo reached Mesopotamia via direct riverine trade or overland caravans through Elam. But this bolt's deep hue testifies to ancient traders' skill in dye extraction and color-fast weaving. Next to that hangs a woolen kilim, its wool spun from local sheep, carded by hand, and woven into a flat tapestry. The kilim's pattern interlocking chevrons of ochre, deep red and soft gray, echoes palace mosaic motifs. You run your hand along its surface, feeling the slight relief where weft threads cross warp. Fringe accounts suggest that some kilims were woven specifically for temple floors, their patterns invoking protective deities in geometric language. Mainstream archaeological digs have unearthed fragments of richly hued wool rugs in Assyrian palaces, yet historians still discuss whether commoners ever owned such finely woven pieces, or if their use remained elite. Here, though the kilim's heft and color speak of artistry transcending social boundaries, you turn your gaze to a stall draped in scarlet wool shawls, the brightest reds you've seen beyond fresh pomegranate seeds. A weaver lifts one shawl, displaying its hand-spun fringes, each tassel knotted with care. You lift a fringe to your nose and inhale the faint lanolin musk mingled with a hint of dye mordants, possibly madder root or Kermes insect. Mainstream dye studies show madder's presence in Mesopotamia dating to at least the first millennium BCE, while historians still debate whether Kermes red, once thought exclusive to Mediterranean climes, arrived via Phoenician intermediaries or local insect sources. Either way, the shawl's vibrant warmth feels both comforting and regal. Adjacent stands a roll of saffron yellow cotton, a softer, more recent addition to Babylon's textile palette. The vendor explains that cotton's adoption came later through southern trade routes, yet woven in fine threads and dyed bright with local saffron. The cloth rivals its flax and wool counterparts. You slide a finger along the cotton, marveling at its supple smoothness. Historians still puzzle over cotton's precise arrival date. Some propose the first millennium BCE, others a later post-classical introduction. But this bolt's presence reveals how Babylon's markets absorbed new fibers without losing their ancient weaving ethos. On a low table, you find stacks of striped tunic cloth, narrow lengths, intended for men's garments. The stripes alternate natural linen beige with deep blue and crimson, each stripe representing a social distinction in some city quarters. Mainstream costume historians note that dye-patterned tunics appear in Neo-Babylonian palace reliefs, yet they still argue whether stripe colors coded for profession status or merely aesthetic preference. Trying to imagine such tunics draped over merchants and scribes, you sense fabric's unspoken language, weaving identity into daily attire. Nearby, a weaver gently shakes out a painstakingly loomed hair textile, a coarse cloth woven from camel hair. Its texture is coarser, but its warmth undeniable. You press your palm into its pile, feeling its insulating density. Mainstream ethnographic parallels in desert societies underline camel hair's value for winter garments. Historians, however, still discuss whether camel breeding in Babylonian times focused more on wool or transport. Here, though, that thick cloth testifies to the market's capacity to offer comfort against both coastal breezes and winter chills. Further along, a small rack holds embroidered mantles, their edges stitched with gold thread motifs, stylized rosettes, geometric borders, and tiny animal figures, ibex, lion bird. You pluck up one mantle, letting it unfurl like a fluttering petal. The embroidered threads catch sunlight in tiny glints. Mainstream studies of metal thread use in the ancient Near East date back to Sumerian royal burial garments, though historians still puzzle over whether such mantles were local or imported treasures. Yet, as you trace the embroidery's raised lines, you feel the labor of countless hours spent stitching bright metal onto humble cloth. You drift to a corner where a younger merchant holds up a newly woven net, silk-like in its sheen, yet clearly made of strong plant fibers. It's designed more for decorative hangings than fishing, perhaps for shading windows or partitioning rooms. Silk itself was rare in Babylon. Mainstream trade histories credit the Silk Road's later formalization in the 1st century CE for introducing true silk. Historians still debate whether early glimmers of silk reached Mesopotamia by the 1st millennium BCE via indirect caravan trade, but this shimmering net suggests a fascination with translucence and light. As you stand surrounded by these woven wonders, a gentle breeze stirs the bolts, setting fabric edges to dance. The soft rustle is like distant waves, a soothing lullaby in the market's midday bustle. You breathe in the mingled scents of wool, linen, cotton, dye residues, and reed mat that cushions every bolt. The merchant invites you to feel a finely spun veil, its near invisibility a marvel. He pulls it free, an almost imperceptible layer between you and the world, lightly brushing your cheek. Veils were used by both genders in privacy and protection from sun-blown sand. Historians still debate their symbolic roles, whether they signified status modesty or simply practicality. But as you hold that gossamer cloth, you sense fabric's power to shield and reveal in equal measure. You take one final moment stepping back to admire the tapestry of textures and colors unfurled before you. The cool linens, the hardy wools, the bright cottons, the gleaming metal threads, the shadowed silk nets, and the whisper-thin veils. Each bolt is more than cloth. It is a scroll of plant and animal labor, trade routes, traced in dyed threads, social codes sewn into stripes and patterns, crafting knowledge passed from hand to loom to you. In this realm of textile hoard unfurled, you witness the market's quiet symphony of cloth, a gentle storytelling woven without words, ambient in its unfolding cloth, fold rustles, and the soft footfalls of wanderers like yourself. You move on carrying the memory of fabric's hush against your skin, and the whisper of looms spinning history into every thread. You pause where silver scales catch sunlight beneath a woven canopy, the air tinged with brine and river mist. Here unfolds the world of the fishmonger's stall, where river carp, barbel, and mud perch rest on wooden boards, their sleek bodies whispering of waterways you probably won't taste anywhere else without the gentle slap of fishtails against wood and the hush of waters lapping distant docks. Let the soft rhythm of market trade and the quiet symphony of fish scales guide you deeper into this aquatic corner. A vendor in a simple linen tunic leans over his stall, arranging plump barbell with careful precision. Each fish lies belly up, its silvery flank gleaming like burnished metal. You step closer, noticing the faint pattern of horizontal stripes, distinctive markings confirming its species. Mainstream zoo archaeological analyses show that barbel barbus spp formed a staple protein source along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers from the early dynastic period onward, with fish bones recovered in urban refuse layers at Kish and Ur. Historians still debate whether barbel was salted and traded inland or consumed fresh within a day's catch radius. But here, crisp gills and firm flesh promise the freshest fare imaginable. You lift one barbel by its tail, a gentle weight that hints at tight muscle and lifelike resilience, and bring its head close to inspect the gills. Their bright red hue tells you the fish was harvested only moments ago. Fringe ichthyologists claim that Babylonian fishers employed simple reed traps known as gill nets, crafted from woven palm fibers devices so finely meshed they let smaller fry escape while capturing mature fish. Mainstream fishing technology studies, however, caution that we lack direct evidence for such nets before the first millennium BCE, suggesting woven reed baskets or seasonal weirs may have been more common. Yet, as you imagine reed nettings shimmering in shallow channels, you sense ancestral ingenuity woven through each scale. Beside the barbel lies a neat row of carp, their scales larger and more pronounced, catching light like mother of pearl. You trace a fingertip along one scaled flank, each scale overlapping like roof tiles on a sun-baked hut. Mainstream dietary reconstructions from cuneiform ration lists confirm carp's prevalence in fish-eating diets, with carp rations allotted both to temple workers and royal feasts. Historians still discuss whether carp was reserved for special occasions or truly everyday fare, but here, in the market's hum, its presence feels as common as barley and bread. The vendor lifts a carp by the tail and dips it into a shallow basin of brine, releasing a hiss as salt crystals dissolve against its skin. You inhale the tangy spray, tasting memory of riverside smoking pits. Salting was an essential preservation method. Salted fish grated into paste, dried on reed mats, or stored in amphorae for transport. Mainstream papyrological sources describe salted fish shipments to distant cities, while historians still debate whether salt pits clustered around market quarters functioned as specialized curing stations or domestic endeavors. Yet here, the brine basin's fizzing surface speaks of salt's ancient alchemy. A small earthen bowl at the stall's edge holds muddled mint and lemon balm, a simple herb mixture used to mask fishy odors. You pick a sprig of mint, roll it between your fingers, and inhale, cool herbaceous, a verdant whisper that softens brine's tang. Fringe herbal lore suggests ancient cooks employed mint not only for aroma, but as a trade token in fish bargains, offering sprigs to seal deals. Mainstream culinary historians remain skeptical of mint's economic role, but agree herbs formed integral flavor-balancing elements in Mesopotamian stews. As you breathe mint's cool breath, you feel the market's herbal embrace, smoothing out brine's edge. Across the wooden boards rest mud perch, smaller fish with mottled brown skin and firm, compact bodies. Their heads are broad, their eyes bright and glassy, suggesting keen river vision. You pick up one and admire its sleek profile, its spiny dorsal fin still erect. Mainstream ichthyological surveys confirm mud perch Naceus spp were abundant in river tributaries prized for their delicate flesh. Historians still debate whether mud perch was consumed chiefly by lower status households due to its smaller size or featured in temple offerings of variety, but here their petite form invites gentle handling and quick cooking. A gentle breeze stirs a small heap of dried fish flakes, sun-dried slices of carp, or barbel thin as parchment. You lift a flake and taste its concentrated tang, a whisper of salty river, a snap of dried flesh that crumbles between teeth. Dried fish provided winter provisions and caravan rations, its lightweight form prized for its portability. Mainstream residue analyses on storage jars confirm dried flakes stored with figs and dates for mixed rations. Historians still argue whether dried fish was stamped with seal impressions for trade validation, but you sense the market's cycles fresh at dawn, dried by midday sun, stored by dusk. Nearby, a series of fish oil lamp holders, small ceramic bowls filled with oily residues, signal where leftover fish oil served lamp fuel in poorer households. A dab of fish oil is viscous and faintly smoky on your fingertip. Fish oil fueled simple lamp wicks when olive oil ran low, a pragmatic use of every catch. Fringe fuel history researchers argue that fish oil lamps emitted fishy, acrid odors that warded off insects. Mainstream lighting studies counter that mixing fish oil with herbs like rue often masked stench. Yet seeing these bowls, you feel resourceful adaptability coursing through market life. A woven reed basket holds freshwater clamshells, their curved surfaces pale and smooth. Harvested from riverbeds, clams supplemented protein diets when fish stocks waned. You pick up a shell and tap it, a gentle hollow note echoes. Mainstream malacological excavations document shell middens lining ancient shorelines, indicating clams' dietary role. Historians still debate whether clams were eaten, cooked, or raw with vinegar and herbs. But as you lift that shell, you imagine scoopers wading knee-deep in silver currents. The vendor gestures to a side table stacked with fishbone pins, small, sharpened bone fragments once fashioned into hairpins or sewing needles. These utilitarian byproducts of filleting fish reflect a zero-waste ethos. Every part of the fish found new purpose. Mainstream craft reconstruction workshops have shown bone pins hold comparable strength to metal needles for mending linen. Historians still debate whether bone tool workshops operated separately from fish stalls or emerged informally at market edges. Yet here, these slender pins glint like silver reeds, promising utility, born from survival. In a quiet corner, a slender clay fish incense burner sits atop a low stool. Its body, shaped like a stylized fish, its mouth a spout through which incense smoke curled. You watch a vendor gently pour smoldering resin into its belly. Wisps of smoke drift through fin-shaped vents. Fish-shaped burners may have been offerings at fish god shrines, divinities of rivers and fertility. Fringe ritual studies posit these burners invoked Nanshe, goddess of fish and birds during temple meals. Mainstream religious depictions of Nanshe show her holding fish, though textual evidence for fish-shaped burners remains scant. Nonetheless, the scent of resin in a fish form weaves fish worship into market life. You linger as a small group gathers to watch the vendor fillet a large carp with a curved bronze knife. The blade glides through flesh, releasing gentle sprays of moisture. Filleting was a skilled art, separating delicate flesh from bone in smooth strokes. Apprentices studied under master fillets before joining market stalls, stepping carefully around slippery boards to avoid cuts. Historians still discuss whether formal filleting guilds existed or skill passed within families, but every precise cut here speaks of generations refining blade work. Moments later, the vendor offers you a small fish fritter, finely chopped mud perch, mixed with barley flour herbs and a dash of cumin, then fried in pungent fish oil until crisp. You bite in, the exterior crackles, yielding to soft, spiced interior. The fritter's warmth and crunch echo the bakery's flatbreads, yet sing with oceanic heritage. Mainstream culinary revivals note such street food snacks are modern recreations, inspired by medieval recipes. Historians remain uncertain if ancient markets sold quick-fried fish cakes, or if this is a contemporary homage. But as you savor the fritter's contrast of textures, you feel fish's timeless allure in every bite. A hush falls as you close your eyes, letting fish scents, fresh and briny, smoked and spiced, wash over you like gentle river currents. You hear the vendor's soft chant, by Tigris clear and Euphrates wide, may fish sustain both heart and pride. Such invocations appear in late temple hymns, praising abundant waters. Historians still argue whether market chants accompanied trade or were later literary additions. Yet, in the cadence of his voice, you sense fish's sacred bond to city and worship. You peel away from the stall hands, fragrant of oil and salt spirit buoyed by the fishmonger's craft. Around you, the market hum continues. Reed baskets, rattling chickens, squawking, leather thong, sandals tapping. The fish stalls' gentle symphony scales, brine blades smoke, lingers in your senses, a soothing underwater lullaby transported to dry land. In this realm of the fishmonger's stall, you've witnessed the full arc of river bounty, gleaming, barbel, plump carp, preserved flakes, pungent oils, clamshells, bone pins, fish-shaped burners, and crispy fritters. Each element tells a story of waterways that fed cities, rituals that honored deities, and human hands shaping catch into sustenance and craft. As you wander on, you carry fish's whispering echoes in your heart, buoyed by its timeless pulse in Babylon's market tapestry. You drift into a cool, shaded alcove where the sun's heat gives way to a gentle stillness, and the air is thick with the soft, earthy perfume of dried herbs. Here unfolds the herbalist's corner, a sanctuary of healing scents and whispered remedies, where bundles of mint rue and ginger hang like botanical charms, and the hush of plant lore wraps around you like a comforting cloak you probably won't find anywhere else, so steeped in quiet mystery. A low wooden table stretches before you, its surface draped in reed mats and littered with clay bowls heaped with dried leaves and roots. Each bundle is tied with simple twine fanning out in starbursts of green-gray and amber. The herbalist, a woman in a loose flax tunic, moves among her wares with deliberate grace. She lifts a bundle of dried mint, its leaves still clinging in delicate rosettes. You reach out, brushing a fingertip along a leaf's edge, and inhale deeply, a crisp, cooling burst that feels like a fresh breeze drifting through a shaded grove. Mainstream medical papyri from the old Babylonian period list mint infusions for relieving stomach pains and easing headaches, confirming mint's place in ancient Mesopotamian pharmacopoeia. Historians still debate whether mint was primarily valued for its medicinal properties or its symbolic purity in temple rites. But here, mint's clarity feels both practical and sacred. Beside the mint hang bundles of rue, its tiny bluish-gray leaves clustered on stiff stems. You handle a sprig gingerly. The leaves are brittle, their surface powdery to the touch. The herbalist explains in a soft voice like wind through reeds that rue tea soothes muscle aches, and in fringe, folkloric accounts wards off malevolent spirits when steeped and poured around doorways at dusk. Mainstream scholars caution that rue's psychoactive compounds required careful dosing lest it cause nausea rather than relief. Historians still argue whether temple apothecaries administered rue as a controlled substance in ritual contexts, or if household healers wielded it freely. But as you imagine, rue's dual role, medicine and magic, you feel a shiver of respectful caution in the herb's power. A cluster of dried ginger roots sits in a shallow clay bowl, their knobbly surfaces cracked with age. The herbalist taps a piece against a smooth stone grinder until it yields fine orange-brown powder. You rub a pinch between your palms and inhale the warm, spicy aroma that dances with a hint of citrus. Mainstream ethnobotanical studies confirm ginger's use in Mesopotamia for digestive aid and as an anti-inflammatory, with references dating to the Akkadian period. Fringe culinary reconstructions claim that ginger-spiced date cakes were once reserved for royal kitchens to restore vigor after long river voyages. Historians still question how widespread ginger's culinary use was, whether it remained an elite luxury or trickled down to everyday fare. But here, its warmth feels both restorative and indulgent. On a nearby plank rests a row of clay flasks, each filled with herbal infusions, mint-steeped oil for muscle rubs, rue distilled water for eye washes, and ginger-soaked honey for coughs. The herbalist uncorks one flask, releasing a swirl of steam scented with mingled mint and honey. She gestures for you to dip a reed straw into the mint oil. As you draw in a shallow sip, a gentle coolness spreads across your tongue before morphing into a soothing tingle, easing tension behind your eyes. Mainstream dermatological texts from the second millennium BCE note mint oil's anti-itch properties when applied topically, while historians still debate whether Mesopotamian healers distinguished between internal and external applications of herbal oils. Yet, this tasting feels like both comfort and ceremony, an embodied link to hands that brewed these oils centuries ago. Between bowls of roots and leaves, small clay lamps burn, with incense of hyssop and frankincense smoke curling in lazy spirals above the mat. The resin's sweet woody haze mingles with sage-like hyssop to form a layered perfume that calms nerves and clears the mind. Mainstream ritual texts describe incense's role in temple offerings to Gula, goddess of healing, and historians still argue whether incense's primary function was spiritual purification or antiseptic fumigation. Either way, the incense's drift-enveloped ambiance transforms the market's bustle into a quiet retreat, as if you've stepped into a living apothecary from another age. A soft murmur rises as you touch an open clay jar filled with sesame oil, infused with rue and mint. The oil glistens in the lantern's glow, each drop trembling with botanical essence. The herbalist pours a little into your palm. You warm it between your hands, breathing in its blend of cool mint and earthy rue before massaging it into your wrists. You feel muscles loosen and a gentle pulse of warmth spread up your arms. Mainstream medical fragments describe similar massage oils used for muscle cramps, while historians still debate whether massaging oils were a household practice or part of temple healing rituals performed by priest healers. Yet, in this simple touch, the boundaries between domestic remedy and sacred rite blur. A line of sachet bags, made from fine linen, hangs along a reed rod, tiny pouches containing mixtures of dried lavender, chamomile, and wild thyme. You pick one up, feeling its weight in your palm. A gentle squeeze releases a bouquet of floral sweetness. The herbalist explains that these sachets slide into pillowcases to aid sleep, an early form of aromatherapy. Mainstream sleep study analogies point to herbs' mild sedative compounds, while historians still question whether sachets were widespread or reserved for the wealthy who could afford exotic imports. Nonetheless, you tuck the sachet into your sash, hoping for its gentle lullabies later. A low mat displays dried pomegranate peels crushed into a coarse powder. You taste a crumb tart astringent with a whisper of fruit flesh. Pomegranate's rind appears in cuneiform prescriptions for treating diarrhea and skin rashes. Fringe pharmacological tests on modern pomegranate extracts show high antioxidant content, but historians still debate whether ancient Mesopotamians recognized these properties or used the rind primarily for dye. Here, the peel's tangy promise speaks of both medicine and artistry, as potters once mixed powdered rind into slips to color pottery. Leaning back against the reed canopy, you hear the herbalist's quiet chant as she mixes a poultice, ground mint rue, and ginger blended with clay and water into a thick paste. She pats the mixture onto a clay bowl, smoothing its surface like kneading dough. For fevers of the head, she murmurs, you imagine the poultice applied to a temple worker's brow, cool clay drawing out heat as chants to Gula rise around them. Mainstream medical cuneiform tablets record similar fever remedies, while historians still dissect whether such treatments inferred a humoral theory or remained practical symptom management. Yet, as you watch the paste's smooth formation, the poultice feels like a tactile pact between healer and patient. A gentle clang draws your attention to a small scale balancing dried seeds, anise, fenugreek, and caraway in tiny ceramic dishes. The herbalist weighs each with meticulous care, tallying grains on copper weights. She murmurs proportions passed down in family notebooks, a pinch of anise for digestion, 2 seeds of caraway for appetite, a dusting of fenugreek for lactation. Mainstream veterinary records even mention fenugreek's use for nursing goats, while historians still question whether gendered prescriptions existed. Did women brew certain mixtures, men others? Regardless, the scale's even balance reflects trust, grounded in precise tradition. You close your eyes, letting the herbalist's rhythmic motions, the grinding of powders, the weighing of seeds, the stirring of oils, merge into a soft symphony. The reed canopy's fringe rustles overhead, blending with incense smoke and the muted market hum. A schoolchild slips past, whispering shy thanks as she clutches a small jar of lavender water for her mother's sleepless night. A merchant pauses at the canopy's edge, dipping a finger into mint oil to soothe a sore neck. These moments of quiet need and gentle relief weave together as seamlessly as the herbs themselves. As you rise to leave, the herbalist presses a small cloth bundle into your hand, a personalized mix of mint and lavender to ease your journey beyond the market's bustle. She smiles her eyes, reflecting centuries of plant wisdom distilled into human kindness. Mainstream travelers' accounts from the Neo-Babylonian era recount receiving similar gifts, while historians debate whether these tokens were ritualized hospitality or spontaneous generosity. Yet, in that linen bundle, you feel the market's soft heartbeat with caring purpose. You step back onto the packed earth sensations of cooling mint, warming ginger, and protective rue lingering on your skin. The market's sunlit paths beckon once more, but you carry the herbalist's corner within you, its hush of leaves, its swirl of powdered spices, its gentle chant of healing. Each breath you draw tastes of plant lore and human touch, a quiet reminder that sometimes the simplest remedies, mint tea, ginger poultices, rue incantations, offer the deepest comfort. In this realm of herbalist's corner, you've encountered more than dried herbs. You've entered a living apothecary where plant and person intertwine, where medicine and magic merge, and where the silent language of leaves speaks softly to the soul. As you drift onward, sachet in your pocket and poultice on your mind, let the herbalist's gifts guide you with their gentle wisdom, soothing every step of your market journey. You hear a rhythmic clop-clop reaching your ears, soft at first, and then growing clearer as you turn toward the market's entrance. Here arrives the ox cart arrivals, where sturdy carts trundle in from outlying pastures, bearing bleating lambs, woven baskets of triangular cheese loaves, and sacks of coarse wool. The low rumble of wooden wheels against packed earth mingles with animals' gentle baws, crafting a soothing counter-melody you probably won't hear anywhere else, low and steady, like distant thunder over fertile plains. An ox cart matter gently rolls into view, its simple wooden platform built from palm thatch-bound poles and elm planks. Two massive oxen, dull gray-brown hides, rippled with muscle, and their curved horns polished smooth by decades of yokes, pull the cart in silent authority. Their chain-link yoke clangs softly as they walk in measured unison, guided by a herdsman in a faded wool cloak. Mainstream zoo archaeological evidence shows that zebu-type cattle were first domesticated in Mesopotamia by the early Bronze Age, prized for both traction and milk. Historians still debate whether oxen or water buffalo were the dominant draft animals in Babylon's fields, but here their slow, deliberate steps testify to a partnership refined over millennia. Atop the cart, woven reed pins hold half a dozen lambs, their white fleeces soft as cloud shadows, and their noses poking curiously through gaps in the slats. You lean forward, catching the scent of fresh straw, bedding, mingled with lanolin sweet wool, and the hint of goat's milk, a sensory signature of pastoral beginnings. Mainstream pastoral records list lamb as a key sacrificial and dietary staple, while historians still argue whether lambs came primarily from large temple herds or small family flocks. Yet here, in the lamb's soft bass and the herdsman's gentle coaxing, you sense both communal economy and individual care. As the cart comes to rest, the herdsman slips down his leather-wrapped sandals, landing softly in dust. He pats one ox's flank and speaks in quiet tones, an ancient chorus of familiarity. Then he leans into the pen, selecting a lamb by ear tag, a small clay seal tied with reed fiber, marking its birth week. Mainstream cuneiform tablets record ear tag inscriptions for sheep births, while historians still debate the complexity of Mesopotamian animal husbandry records. But in his hands, that tagged lamb becomes a story of its mother's lineage, its grazing grounds, and today's journey to market. Nearby, another ox cart settles into place, this one bearing woven baskets of triangular cheese loaves, fresh curds pressed into grass-lined molds and salted with care. The cheese's pale ivory surfaces bear reed pattern impressions from the baskets. You lift one loaf, marveling at its firm yet yielding texture. A faint tang drifts upward as you bring it close. Mainstream dairying treatises from Akkadian texts prescribe cheese-making techniques using goat and sheep milk, while historians still puzzle over whether mixed milk cheeses were common or rare. Yet, as you break off a small wedge and taste its creamy, slightly salty bite, you understand how cheese embodied both ingenuity and sustenance, carrying pastoral wealth into the city's heart. At the cart's rear, coarse wool sacks bulge with freshly sheared fleece. A shepherd's apprentice kneads a handful, drawing loose fibers through his fingers. The wool feels warm and resilient fleeces of soft curled locks that once shimmered on hillsides at sunrise. Mainstream textile histories chart sheep shearing festivals aligned with seasonal growth cycles, while historians still debate whether shearing involved temple-organized communal events or routine household tasks. Either way, wool's aroma and earthy sweetness mingled with lanolin pervades the air. Here, a reminder that every thread in the market's cloth stalls began in distant flocks. The herdsman unhooks a small wooden ladder from the cart's side, setting it against the pen. He climbs up, then begins unloading lambs one by one into a shallow holding pen made of woven reeds. Each lamb, nervous but trusting, steps out with gentle bleats, sniffing fresh air. Mournful baas from lambs already penned blend with the new arrival's timid cries, crafting a chorus of anticipation. Traders pause to inspect each animal, lifting limbs and listening for clear breathing, vetting health and vibrancy. Mainstream veterinary texts from Neo-Babylonian eras reference inspections for hoof health and coat sheen. Historians still debate whether market checkups counted as formal medical exams or informal buyer vigilance. Yet, watching lambs released into the pen, you see ancient commerce's human side, concern for animal welfare, woven into every transaction. A second herdsman steps forward, his cloak tossed back to reveal a polished wooden staff, carved with notches marking lamb counts and weights. He taps each notch as he counts new arrivals. Mainstream administrative tablets list livestock tallies for tax assessments and temple dues, while historians still analyze whether such tallies skewed toward temple quotas or state taxes. Standing beside the pen, you feel the weight of calculation, each notch a ledger entry, each lamb a unit of value in both economy and ritual. Beyond the lambs, the cart's edge holds metal sheep shears, gleaming with use-worn patina. Their blades curve inward like gentle crescents designed for swift fleece removal. The herdsman picks them up, snipping stubborn tufts to even out a lamb's coarse coat. You hear the soft snick of steel against fleece. Mainstream metallurgical studies show early iron shears in the first millennium BCE, a technological leap from earlier bronze tools. Historians still debate whether shears evolved locally or were imported from Hittite smiths. Yet, in these shears' swift cuts, you glimpse technological echoes sharpening daily life. You turn to watch a third cart arriving, a double ox team, pulling a flatbed loaded with reed bundles. The reeds, tied into thick sheaves, clack together as the cart halts. These reeds will replenish Matt's baskets and river rafts vital materials for both market and home. The reed driver, a young woman with sun-bleached hair, hops down to untie a bundle. She lifts, half walking to a corner of the market where reed craftsmen bend and weave. Mainstream ecological surveys note reed beds along the Tigris provided sustainable harvesting if cut rotationally, while historians still debate whether reed management fell under temple regulations or communal custom. Regardless, these reeds, once lush in marshes, offer market life both structure and shelter. A low cart pulled by a single ox ambles in, next its bed piled with mud bricks still damp and marked with a builder's mark. You shift your gaze. Indeed, not all ox carts serve pastoral fare. Some bear construction materials for nearby building sites. Common bricks stamped with codes for production batches appear in urban excavation layers, while historians still parse the scale of state-driven versus private construction projects. Yet, the damp brick's earthy scent wet clay warmed by sunshine reminds you that markets fuel not only food and crafts, but also cities' very foundations. Nearby, a cart loaded with large olive oil amphorae clinks as the driver steadies his oxen. These amphorae, similar to those sold by ceramic traders, now bear knot-formed reed netting to secure them during travel. You watch as a porter unhooks a jute rope, carefully lowering an amphora onto a low mat. Skilled hands remove the netting, then inspect the clay stopper wrapped in wool. Olive oil imported from western orchards or pressed locally from early groves was a luxury and a cooking staple. Mainstream trade records note amphora shipments along river and canal networks, while historians still debate when local presses supplanted import reliance. Here, each amphora's thud on ground resonates with both commerce and daily necessity. A final ox cart grumbles in its wheels, thicker and closer set, pulling heavy sacks of barley grain, coarse telltale kernels, peeking through gaping sack mouths. The cart's driver, a stooped elder, leans on the oxen's yoke beam as he waits for porters. Barley, more than any other grain, underpinned Mesopotamia's economy. Bread, beer, porridge offerings, all traced back to barley fields. Mainstream agronomic studies estimate barley yields tied to irrigation schedules, while historians still dispute land allocation systems, dictating who farmed which plots. Yet here, pace of barley unloading sack after sack mirrors time's steady passage from field to market to platter, as lambs settle into pens, bleating softly. Baskets of cheese stacked in neat piles, and wool sacks lined up like mountains of fleece. The market's pace hums in gentle crescendo. Ox carts, each bearing its unique cargo, form a vital artery, connecting rural lifeways to urban vitality. Their clop-clop rhythms, mixed bass snicks of shears and wool dust scents craft an ambient soundscape of pastoral commerce and understated lullaby for city dwellers. You step away from the carts, the breeze lifting your cloak's hem and carrying with it flecks of hay and lamb hair. In your mind you carry the cadence of the ox cart arrival, measured hoofbeats, the thud of sheep, the scrape of barrels, the low murmur of trade. Each cart's load: lambs, cheese, wool, reeds, bricks, oil, barley, threads, into the market's tapestry, affirming life's rhythms between pasture and plaza. In this realm of ox cart arrivals, you've witnessed transport's gentle power animals as living engines, carts, as humble ships of clay, straw, and grain, and people whose hands bridge countryside and city. As you drift onward, the cart's symphony lingers, hoofbeats translating the land's pulse into market hum, ensuring every home receives nature's bounty through this ancient pastoral dance. You step into a dappled glimmer where the morning light fractures through reed shades, dancing off tiny metal fragments and polished stones. Here unfolds the realm of the jeweler's glint, where silver rings, copper bracelets, and strings of carnelian and lapis lazuli beads flash like distant stars against the market's russet backdrop, an ambient shimmer you probably won't find anywhere else, soft in its allure, yet rich with stories of far-flung trade and patient craftsmanship. A slender table stands beneath a woven canopy, its surface lined with shallow clay dishes that hold coils of silver wire and piles of copper ingots. The jeweler, a man in a dark woolen tunic, his beard flecked with metal dust, lifts a fine silver hoop between thumb and forefinger, rotating it so sunlight reveals its subtle hammered facets. Mainstream metallurgical studies confirm Babylonian silversmiths pioneered granulation and filigree techniques by the late 2nd millennium BCE. Historians still debate whether those techniques spread from Anatolia or emerged indigenously. But here in his hands, wire and hammer unite in whisper-soft brilliance. Beside the silver coils lie small ingots of copper, rectangular and burnished to a warm, rosy glow. You pick one up, feeling its satisfying weight and smooth edges. Copper ingots served as both raw material and currency. Cuneiform records list shekels of copper alongside barley and oil in market exchanges. Historians still argue whether copper's value derived more from its utility or its role as proto-money. But here, its gleam carries both craftsmanship and commerce. A shallow clay bowl holds semi-precious beads. Deep blue lapis lazuli from distant Afghan mines, gleaming carnelian red as sunset glass, and pale agate in delicate swirls. You lift a string of lapis beads, their surfaces cool and polished. Mainstream trade routes, dubbed the Lapis Road, brought these stones hundreds of miles to Babylonian markets by the mid-2nd millennium BCE. Historians still map the exact caravan paths, Persian corridor, or mountain detours, but feeling lapis beads slip through your fingers, you taste the world's vast geography, distilled into tiny glittering spheres. The jeweler uncurls a thin bronze bracelet, its band etched with tiny incised cuneiform blessings, wishing health and prosperity. His burin tool flutters across the surface in rhythmic taps, each strike whispering metal on metal echoes that blend with the market's soft hum. Mainstream epigraphic analyses of similar bracelets uncover common formulas. May Shamash guard your days, while historians still debate whether such inscriptions served apotropaic functions or personal dedications. Yet as you run a fingertip over the etched lines, you feel each blessing as both art and magic. A low stand holds ring mounts set with polished stones, carnelian domes bright as coals, green jasper with moss-like veins, and mother-of-pearl shimmering in pale iridescence. You try on a carnelian ring, its cool bulk settling on your finger. Mainstream gem-healing treatises from later periods attribute protective and courage-bestowing properties to carnelian, while historians still trace whether such beliefs reflect genuine Mesopotamian lore or later folk practices. Still, as you slide the ring on, you sense a subtle confidence, as if ancient artisans intended more than adornment. Nearby, a small tray displays granulated gold beads, minuscule spheres fused onto thin gold sheets in intricate patterns. The jeweler points to each clusters of minute dots forming floral rosettes and starbursts. Mainstream scholarship credits Babylonians with early granulation techniques passed through Syrian intermediaries. Historians still debate whether the gold itself came via Lydian trade in western Anatolia or local Levantine sources. Holding one tiny granule aloft, catching the light, you feel the sum of countless tiny fires that fused metal and imagination. A gentle bell tinkles as you glance toward a side table of glass inlay artisans. Small glass tesserae, turquoise, cobalt, amber, rest in neat patterns, awaiting embedding into metal frames. Glass-making reached Mesopotamia by the first millennium BCE with early furnaces producing colored glass beads and inlays. Historians still examine whether glass recipes derived from Egyptian imports or evolved locally. But seeing glass shards set beside metals, you witness interwoven crafts telling of cultural exchange. In one corner, a slender flask of perfumed oil sits amid tiny ceramic vials, hyacinth myrrh, and cedar wood blends prized for anointing jewelry to enhance fragrance and cloaking metal's slight odor. A drop on your wrist fills the air with warm cedar and soft floral notes. Mainstream perfumery texts of later periods reference scented oils used by elites before court appearances. Historians still debate whether Babylonian jewelers routinely perfume their wares or if the practice arose in later Hellenistic contexts. Yet here scent and metal mingle in an intimate embrace. The jeweler gestures to a small hand-drill lathe, a foot-powered device where apprentices shape beads and drill holes through stones. You watch the lathe's slow rotation as a young apprentice guides a carnelian bead against a fixed abrasive wheel, grinding a perfect hole. The lathe's rhythmic spin softly hums, a mechanical lullaby, echoing the river's flow outside. Mainstream technological reconstructions date such hand drills to at least the Neo-Babylonian era. Historians still discuss whether similar lathes appeared independently in Egypt, but watching that bead take form, you feel craft's seamless union of motion and material. Across the stall's breadth, delicate eardrop pendants hang from reed rods, thin gold sheets hammered into leaf shapes, each set with a tiny gemstone at leaf's tip. You lift one and see its gilded surface etched with fine veins as if mimicking date palm leaves. Mainstream botanical-inspired jewelry surveys note leaf motifs symbolize life and fertility, while historians still debate whether palm leaf jewelry carried specific seasonal significance or general aesthetic appeal. Yet wearing the pendant at your ear, you feel every slight breeze whisper through that gilded leaf. In the background, a gentle rhythm arises, soft hammering from metal workers, fashioning chain links, interlocking loops of fine gold and silver, forming necklaces and belts. Each tiny loop clicks against its neighbor in a steady, comforting cadence. Chain making demanded extraordinary patience. Mainstream gemological studies note chain patterns, simple cable rope, and Figaro, while historians trace chainwork's prominence in Sumerian graves. Watching that chain grow loop by loop, you sense time's slow hands stitching metal into wearable drapes. The jeweler invites you to feel a bronze mirror frame its border, adorned with repoussé images of stylized lions and bulls, mythic guardians, reflecting both body and status. You gaze into the reflective surface, a bright polished metal that catches your frown in crisp clarity. Mirrors, though rare, first appeared in Mesopotamia around 3000 BCE. Historians still debate whether they serve magical divination functions or purely practical grooming roles. Yet, holding that mirror, you sense both day's demands and night's introspection captured in polished bronze. A soft breeze stirs a small display of amulet pendants, each carved from carnelian or lapis, into shapes of the Eye of Shamash, the crescent moon, and the stylized tree of life. These amulets hung from necklaces or belts to ward off ailments and attract divine favor. Mainstream magical text analyses reveal thousands of amulet recipes inscribed on clay tablets, while historians still explore whether prescriptions determined specific shapes or materials. Yet, seeing those amulets clustered together, eyes, moons, trees, you feel protective, forces woven into every curve. You pause to close your eyes, letting the jewelers glint metallic whispers. Gemstone gleams, glass sparkles, wash over you like gentle sunbeams filtered through reed mats. The soft rhythm of hammer taps, lathe, spins, and metal clinks blend into an ambient soundscape of patient artistry. As you step back, the jeweler secures your chosen pieces, a simple silver ring and a lapis inlay pendant in a small cloth pouch. You feel their weight at your side, cool and solid. In each piece you carry echoes of mountain mines, riverine metallurgy, desert trade routes, temple rituals, and human hands shaping metal and stone into tokens of beauty and belief. In this realm of jeweler's glint, you've encountered more than adornment. You've witnessed a world where metals and gems crossed continents, where artisans refined their touch across generations, and where every sparkling piece held both practical value and layered meaning. As you drift onward, let each glint in the sun remind you of the market's gentle luster, its ambient promise that even in simple commerce, art and story flow together like molten silver cast into shaped memory. You slip into a shaded enclave where clay scales balance with copper ingots and low voices hum like rippling water. Here unfolds barter's gentle dance, the artful choreography of exchange, where shekels of copper, measures of barley, and whispered negotiations flow in a seamless rhythm you probably won't witness anywhere else. Each word chosen as carefully as weights on a scale. Each gesture a silent signal of trust and respect. A long, low table made from palm-thatched poles and mud bricks stands before you, its surface worn smooth by countless transactions. At one end, a barley farmer in a simple linen tunic unfurls a coarse sack stamped with his family's seal. The barley grains, small plump and pale gold, spill in a gentle cascade, forming a mound that catches late morning light like a tiny dune. Mainstream administrative tablets from the old Babylonian period record barley as the principal unit of exchange, with 1 gur, about 300 liters, equivalent to a fixed number of shekels of copper. Historians still argue whether these standards held uniformly across city quarters or varied by temple precinct. But here, the very sight of barley invokes both sustenance and currency in one golden heap. Across from the farmer, a merchant in wool-lined robes slides a small leather pouch across the table, its mouth cinched tight with a knotted cord. He releases a handful of copper shekels discs of metal, burnished to a warm rosy glow, into his palm, and rolls them gently between thumb and forefinger. Each shekel bears the king's stamp, a stylized profile of a bearded ruler, flanked by cuneiform marks denoting value. Mainstream numismatic studies confirm that copper shekels served as coinage by the late 2nd millennium BCE, a pragmatic alternative to unwieldy grain measures. Historians still debate whether these coins were minted centrally by palace workshops or produced by authorized temple smiths, but here in his hand, each shekel feels both weighty and precise, a promise of agreed value in metal form. The farmer and merchant exchange nods, brief, respectful acknowledgments that anchor their unspoken rapport. The barley farmer lifts a copper shekel, inspecting its edge for irregularities. No extra metal, no deep dye marks, just the steady ring of authenticity. Then he returns the shekel and gestures toward the barley mound. You notice he lifts a small barley measure, a carved wooden bowl holding exactly 10 liters, placing it atop the grains to mark weight. The merchant watches, arms folded under his cloak, before directing a young scribe to inscribe the deal on a wet clay tablet. 10 measures barley for 20 shekels. Copper, the scribe murmurs in deliberate strokes. Archaeological finds of clay tablets record thousands of such contracts, though historians still argue whether scribal records functioned for legal enforcement or communal memory. Yet here, the tablet's faint wet sheen, awaiting sun drying, cements a moment of mutual understanding in soft clay. A gentle breeze stirs tattered reed mats beneath your feet, lifting stray barley grains that drift like pale sparks. You close your eyes for a heartbeat, letting the hush of grain dust and distant water trickle through your senses. The vendor's low murmur, shekels, secure barley's path to hearth and kiln, echoes in the hush between breaths, blending practicality and poetry in one whispered phrase. Fringe oral histories claim some merchants composed such rhymes to calm buyers' nerves, transforming each negotiation into a ritualized performance. Mainstream economic studies caution these traditions likely evolved later, yet the rhyme's gentle cadence feels timeless here. Nearby, a second transaction unfolds between a weaver and a spice trader. The weaver, robes dusted with colored fibers, offers a folded length of saffron yellow cotton in exchange for a copper shekel and a measure of ground cumin. She spreads the cloth across the table, its edges crisp and bright. The spice trader tilts a small cumin measure, a shallow conical basket, toward you, revealing rich, honeyed powder. Mainstream botanical texts confirm cumin's value both as seasoning and digestive aid, while historians still debate whether cumin ever served as a medium of exchange on par with grain or metal. As the weaver and trader confer, they weigh cloth quality against spice aroma in a silent dance of appraisal, each inhalation and fingertip test carrying centuries of textile and taste expertise. A soft click-click arises as copper weights, small discs marked with standard shekel symbols, are added to a two-pan balance scale. One pan holds barley, the other rotates under metal's heft. You watch the scale settle into perfect equilibrium, a moment of precise symmetry. The scales beam a straight stick of seasoned wood notches at equal intervals, each mark aligning with numerals etched in cuneiform 1, 5, 10. Mainstream archaeological reports document similar balances in excavation layers, while historians still argue the accuracy limits of handmade scales versus temple-calibrated standards. Yet, here that stable balance line speaks of shared trust and minute calibration, a visual harmony of material and measure. You lean closer as a third barter begins. A potter trades a set of small clay jars for a combination of copper ingots and barley. The jars, rounded bellies with narrow necks, rest in a woven reed tray, their surfaces speckled with iron-rich slip. You lift one, feeling its modest weight, imagining the oil or honey it once carried. The potter points to a set of repurposed copper scraps, twisted loops, and flattened sheet fragments laid beside the jars. These scraps, once destined for melting, serve today as a medium of exchange. Fringe craft historians suggest that using scraps reflected potters' traditions of solidifying waste into value, while mainstream economic analyses note metal's fungibility made it ideal for barter. Either way, the potter and his partner weigh jars against hinging metal, negotiating quality of clay against purity of copper. A hush falls again as the potter intones, clay shaped for home, metal shaped for trust. The copper trader smiles and nods, then scoops barley from a nearby sack to settle the final balance. The scribe steps forward to inscribe a secondary tablet, 3 jars for 1 ingot and 5 measures barley. You glimpse cuneiform fingers pressed into soft clay left to sun-dry, a physical record of harmony forged in grains and metal. Across the aisle, a fourth exchange unfolds that blends commodity and craft. A shepherd offers wool fleece for a set of bronze needles and a measure of date syrup. The broker, clad in dyed linen, runs his fingers through curly fleece testing crimps and lanolin scent. He then presents a folded linen pouch of slender bronze needles, their points shining sharp. A small clay bowl of date syrup sits beside the needles, thick amber bright scented, of honeyed fruit. Mainstream textile treatises note bronze needles, revolutionized weaving and leatherwork, while historians still debate whether such tools circulated primarily among guilds or households. Here, the combination of needles and syrup utility and sweetness balances the shepherd's wool, perfectly reflecting barter's capacity to unify disparate materials into equitable deals. The breeze shifts, carrying a distant echo of clinking coins and the soft bray of a pack donkey arriving with ceramic jugs for trade. You turn to watch as the next barter begins olive oil in amphorae for a handful of copper rings and barley. The oil glimmers through clay walls like liquid gold, and the jug's neck bears a bitumen seal to ensure purity. The trader cracks the seal, offering oil in a small bowl. Its scent, earthy, fruity, rises in a soft plume. The oil's weight, measured by pouring into a calibrated vessel, is balanced against shekels and grain in a delicate triad. Mainstream dietary analyses highlight oil's caloric and culinary value, while historians still examine whether olive oil reached Babylon earlier than textual sources suggest. Yet, as the oil trickles, shekels clink, and barley pours, you sense transaction as a multi-sensory ritual. A child's laughter drifts by as a young apprentice practices weighing tiny mustard seeds, an odd but cherished spice, against a single bronze filament used for weaving. The child giggles at the absurd image, bitty seeds versus slender bronze. Fringe folk tales recount that teachers once used such playful barters to instruct apprentices in weights and measures, infusing lessons with humor. Mainstream pedagogical records lack direct evidence, but as the child and apprentice beam at their own small-scale barter, you recognize barter's gentle potency in teaching trust and technique alike. As the market breeze lifts dust motes into sunbeams, you pause, letting the rhythmic patterns of exchange, the shift of barley, the clink of metal, the settling of balances, wash over you like a lullaby. Barter here is neither clamor nor conflict, but a duet of equals, each step measured, each gesture meaningful, each recorded tablet a silent testament to shared understanding. You step back, barley tucked under one arm, a pouch of copper shekels at your side, and a small clay jar of olive oil cradled in your other hand. Around you, the farmer, the potter, the shepherd, and the spice trader return to their stalls, each enriched by the barter's dance. The market's hum resumes its gentle swell, reed mats, rustling metal scales, clicking animal calls, echoing from distant pens, and the soft scratching of stylus on tablets. In this realm of barter's gentle dance, you've witnessed transactions where value flows in grains, metals, and goods through choreography as refined as any ritual. Each exchange carries weight beyond material. It binds communities, sustains daily life, and weaves a tapestry of trust. As you drift onward, Let the balanced scales and hushed negotiations guide you, proof that even in commerce there is room for quiet grace and ambient harmony. You pause at a small alcove where tendrils of sweet smoke drift lazily into the morning light, carrying whispers of distant groves and temple rituals. Here unfolds incense and resin, the fragrant heart of Babylon's market, where alabaster burners cradle frankincense tears and crushed myrrh gleams like dark amber dust, an ambient perfume you probably won't find anywhere else, soft and mysterious as a half-remembered dream. A low table carved from palm wood holds rows of shallow clay burners. Each is filled with hot charcoal embers, their gentle glow winking through sapphire blue smoke. You lean forward and watch as a vendor in a loose linen tunic sprinkles a pinch of frankincense resin onto the embers. The resin crackles, sending a plume of sweet pine smoke swirling around your face. Mainstream ritual texts from the Neo-Babylonian period describe frankincense offered to Marduk in sunrise ceremonies, its ascending smoke seen as a bridge between earth and sky. Historians still debate whether incense's primary role was purely spiritual or if its antiseptic qualities earned it a practical place in crowded temple precincts. But standing here, you sense both devotion and domestic hygiene woven into that aromatic haze. Beside the frankincense, a small heap of myrrh tears deep reddish-brown chunks rests in a clay dish. The vendor taps a myrrh piece with a bronze spatula, releasing its resinous balsamic fragrance. You pick up a fragment and inhale warm bittersweet with hints of cinnamon and smoked wood. Fringe ethnobotanical accounts suggest myrrh was once valued as much for embalming revered ancestors as for perfuming smoke, yet mainstream archaeological analyses confirm myrrh's use in medical ointments, its anti-inflammatory oils prized for wound care. Historians still argue whether myrrh's sacred status preceded its medicinal application, or vice versa. But in this moment the scent feels both solemn and salving. You drift your fingers toward a third dish containing galbanum shards, greenish-gray and oddly lumpy. The vendor crushes a shard between smooth stones, releasing a sharp, almost green pepper tang beneath the sweeter resins. Galbanum, rare and costly, was recorded in cuneiform formularies as a component in heavenly incense mixtures for high priestly rites. Historians still scratch their heads over whether galbanum symbolized the fertility of the spring equinox or served as simply an exotic olfactory accent. But as you taste its bitter edge in the smoke, you imagine its role in grand temple mysteries that probably required careful nasal fortitude. Your gaze moves to a line of alabaster burners, small bowls hewn from pale stone, each with incised cuneiform labels: Hailuvu, frankincense, Murshu myrrh, Galbu, galbanum, and almuz, possibly locally sourced sap of sweet acacia. You lift one burner gently and feel its cool heft. Mainstream art historical surveys note alabaster's intense popularity for ritual vessels, its translucence catching flickering lamp and incense light, while historians still debate whether alabaster was quarried locally along the Tigris or imported from distant desert outcrops. Yet here in your hand, the stone's soft glow holds smoke and shadow in delicate tension. A hush falls as you listen to charcoal embers hiss beneath resin fragments. The gentle crackle joins market murmurs and distant bleats in a tranquil duet. You close your eyes, letting the incense's layered perfume, sweet pine frankincense, dark balsam myrrh, sharp galbanum, wash over your senses like a warm breeze. A vendor's low chant rises smoke to the heavens, offerings of earth. May gods inhale our morning's worth. Such chants appear in later temple hymns, while historians still puzzle whether market-side invocations mirrored formal liturgies or grew as poetic improvisations. Either way, the chant's soft cadence blends seamlessly with incense's drifting tendrils. Nearby, a reed thatch shelf holds incense cones, small pyramids, molded from resin blends, mixed with honey, sesame oil, and powdered saffron. You pick up a cone the size of your thumb and roll it between fingertips, its heavy, sticky sweet flecked with crimson saffron threads. Cone is burned slowly on embers, releasing measured waves of fragrance throughout the day. Mainstream culinary papyri reference honey and incense as a binding agent. Historians still debate whether saffron's inclusion signified royal offerings exclusively or simply added dye-rich appeal. Yet, as you place the cone on glowing charcoal, it smokes in slow spirals, painting the air in golden pall. A gentle laugh escapes the vendor as he offers you a sprig of hyssop, dry woody and faintly minty. For clarity, he says, tucking the sprig into your sash. Hyssop appears in late cuneiform herbals as an antiseptic fumigant, and fringe folk recipes claim its smoke banishes pests and unwelcome spirits. Mainstream medical texts confirm hyssop's arthropurative properties. Historians still debate whether apothecaries recommended it for epidemics or reserved it for hallowed temple cleansing. Either way, wearing hyssop near your heart feels like carrying a green talisman against both illness and intrigue. To one side, a curious child arranges dipped incense sticks, slender reeds soaked in aromatic resin mixtures, frankincense, myrrh, striped sticks, galbanum, acacia, blended rods, and exotic cinnamon clove hybrids. You lift a cinnamon clove stick, its bark spice scent tangy and warm. While true cinnamon arrived in Mesopotamia later via Arabian routes, local merchants quickly adapted native spices into incense experiments. Historians still argue whether cinnamon clove sticks were common in Babylon's first millennium BCE or chiefly later medieval innovations. Here, though the smell evokes an ancient curiosity for fragrance beyond native forests. A small trench beside the burners holds sand incense trays, shallow trays of fine sand where charcoal embers rest securely. As you press your finger into the sand, it shifts like miniature dunes, cool beneath your touch, despite the heat, anchored just above. Mainstream craft reconstructions show sand trays, managed ember heat distribution, and ash collection. Historians still debate whether sand trays evolved from hearth practices or grew from temple furnace designs. Yet, seeing embers rest in that sand bed, you feel stable, comfort, earth, cradling fire and offering a gentle safety net for ritual smoke. Your attention shifts to a collection of clay chalices, small cups, carved for drinking incense-infused waters. The vendor dips a reed sprig into a bowl of frankincense-steeped water, then recites a soft vow and hands you a sip. The water tastes faintly resinous, sweet, tangy, like pine in a glass. Mainstream's emergy studies note frankincense's slight bitterness balanced by honey in such concoctions. Historians still debate whether these waters functioned as palate cleansers after communal meals or as sacred tonics to align body and mind before rituals. Either way, you feel the water's deep resonance in your throat and carry it as a quiet blessing. Beyond chalices, a reed basket holds dipped pomanders, clay balls studded with clove and myrrh, tears, then rolled in saffron-dyed wool. You pinch a pomander, its surface prickling under cloves, and inhale its layering of scents. Pomanders, hung from necks, or placed in homes to purify air and comfort spirits. Mainstream domestic texts recommend pomanders for plague prevention. Historians still debate whether belief in their efficacy outpaced any medicinal benefit. Yet, as you smell that pomander's spice bouquet, you feel safe from more than just market dust. A soft murmur draws you to a low bench where elders gather to share incense, lore stories of burning resins in royal palaces, in temple courtyards, and at household doorways. One elder recounts how Nebuchadnezzar himself invited the finest incense bearers to court, while another whispers a fringe tale of secret smoke maps drawn to guide pilgrims through labyrinthine ziggurat passages. Mainstream ritual historians argue that such pilgrimages never included coded smoke signals. Yet the image of incense plumes marking footfalls down stone steps feels enchanting nonetheless. In a quiet corner, a slender flask, labeled Temple Blend, stands apart, an exclusive recipe, said to blend equal parts frankincense, myrrh galbanum, and acacia with saffron and cinnamon. The vendor lifts the flask and imparts a gentle puff of the blend smoke into the air. You inhale deeply. The fragrance is balanced, neither too sweet nor too sharp, a harmonious chorus of all the stall's offerings. Mainstream scholarly reconstructions strive to approximate such blends based on fragmentary papyri. Historians still debate the precise ratios, but here the smoke speaks consensus in a single breath. A breeze lifts stray ash and mingles it with incense smoke, weaving a tapestry of dust and scent that slows time to a heartbeat. You close your eyes, letting the market's ambient symphony embers, hissing resin, crackling elders' soft voices, wash you in calm. In this hushed enclave, incense and resin shape not just air, but mood and memory, forging invisible pathways between body, spirit, and city. As you prepare to move on, the herbalist incense vendor presses a small clay burner into your hands, nodding with a gentle smile. You cradle it, its cool form, promising future moments of quiet reflection in your own space. Mainstream travelers' accounts from later eras mention burning a pinch of frankincense at dawn in household shrines. Historians still debate how home and temple incense practices overlapped. Yet you feel confident of your burner's dual heritage. Stepping away, you carry the incense stall's smoky hush trailing behind you, a soft perfume that clings to hair and tunic, a whisper of ancient groves and temple fires. In your mind drifts the vendor's chant, smoke to the heavens, offerings of earth, a simple litany that folds market bustle into ritual calm. In this realm of incense and resin, you've breathed the deep-timed fragrances of frankincense, myrrh, galbanum, and more. You've sipped resin-infused waters, touched alabaster burners, and heard elders' tales woven around smoke. As the market's broader hum returns, let each breath you draw carry that fragrance forward, a gentle reminder that even in the busiest bazaar, there exists a perfumed enclave of stillness and timeless connection. You follow a narrow aisle draped in woven mats until you find yourself beside the hiss of spinning clay and the measured pulse of a potter's wheel. Here unfolds potter's wheel rhythm, where the steady turn of the wheel and the gentle press of skilled hands shape vessels that cradle daily life and ambient cadence you probably won't feel anywhere else, soft as water flowing against riverbank reeds. In a shaded workshop crease, two apprentices tend a wood-driven wheel, its broad, flat platform spinning on a simple axle. One places a lump of damp mud against the wheel's center, while the other seated on a low stool, steadying its rotation with a foot beam. Mainstream archaeological evidence dates such wheels in Mesopotamia to at least 3500 BCE, a revolution beyond hand coil methods. Historians still debate whether these wheels spun continuously via water power or by human treadle alone. Here you feel each mind-foot coordination as a duet of muscle and mud. The master potter tunics, stained with clay ringlets, leans forward, palms cupped like bowls themselves, guiding the lump into a symmetric mound. You watch as his fingers gradually open a central hole, coaxing the walls upward in a slow, sighing climb. The wheel's soft whir blends with distant market murmurs and the rhythmic drip of water from a nearby jar. Fringe craft historians suggest potters chanted softly to time their strokes, though mainstream studies find no direct texts recording such songs. Even so, you sense an unspoken rhythm, each pulse of clay echoing an ancient heartbeat. A shallow well of clear water sits at hand. The potter dips his fingers, smoothing rough edges and tempering clay's warmth. You step closer, inhaling the humid earthen scent rising from wheel and water. Mainstream textile and clay comparisons note that water's quality, mineral content, and temperature shaped pottery's workability. Historians still analyze whether potters maintained water circulation systems for clay baths. Yet here, the water's cool clarity feels as vital as breath in shaping form. A second apprentice, slender of wrist, lifts a small bronze rib, a curved tool used to refine vessel profiles. She presses it against the spinning clay, shaving microscopic grooves that catch morning light in lunate streaks. Mainstream tool analysis studies reveal ribs made of bone and metal coexisted. Historians still debate when bronze ribs supplanted bone, yet each precise pass refines the pot's silhouette, marrying tool and touch in silent accord. You peer at a half-finished water jug, its flared neck and rounded belly glowing amber in the daylight. The potter secures a gentle pinch at its rim, flaring edges outward to facilitate pouring. He then pauses, leaning back with a satisfied nod before trimming excess clay from the base. The trimming yields curled ribbons that fall into a basin beneath, ready for repurposing in fresh batches. Fringe recycling accounts praise such frugality as a sustainable ethos. Mainstream archaeological layers bear trimmed scraps in kiln waste heaps. Either way, those ribbons' fleeting curls of clay whisper of form, born and reborn. A gentle wind rustles the workshop's reed curtains, stirring the potter's shaggy hair and lifting the soft sound of wheel against floor. You notice the kiln's shadow beyond an open doorway, earthen domes that will roast finished wares to hardness. Mainstream kiln studies classify Babylonian kilns as simple pit or updraft designs. Historians still debate firing temperatures and fuel mixes. Yet knowing those vessels face fire to become lasting wares makes each shaping stroke all the more poignant. The potter lifts a tiny oil lamp from a nearby shelf, its spout already pinched, its reservoir thin-walled. He dips a pointed tool into slow-rotating clay and carves a small decorative groove around its spout base. These lamps, once fired, will light evening homes. You hold the lamp in your palm, feeling its warmth and weight, imagining its soft glow, kindling whispered conversations after sunset. Mainstream lamp typologies trace such shapes through centuries. Historians still fret over precise wick length methods, yet every carved lamp promises both function and comfort. Beyond the lamps, a line of milk-fat basins, wide shallow bowls, awaits their final trim. One apprentice, her tunic dusted pale, runs her thumb around a basin's rim, ensuring uniform thickness. She then places a small stamp, an elephant motif carved from stone, into the bowl's base, leaving an imprint that will outlast milk's brief sweetness. Mainstream residue analyses find traces of dairy fats in similar bowls. Historians still question whether elephant stamps denoted temple property or familial brand, but here the imprint ties vessel to owner, milk to memory. A soft tap-tap arises as the potter lifts a kiln-test shard, its edge cool, its color a mottled beige and cream. He strikes it gently with a metal pick, listening for a clear ring that signals proper vitrification. Mainstream ceramic scholars use such tests to gauge firing success, while historians debate whether potters trusted sound over sight alone. Yet that ring, bright and true, feels like a potter's proof of craft perfected. As the workshop's warm pulse hums, wheels spin, tools, tap waters drip, you close your eyes, letting clay's scent and the potter's breath wash over you. In this ambient cocoon, vessels take shape not by force, but by gentle coaxing, each curve a testament to patience, each refinement a note in the potter's quiet song. When the potter finally lifts the newly shaped jug from the wheel, he sets it aside to dry under woven shades, then turns to greet you with a clay-smudged smile. You finger the jug's smooth shoulder and carry its promise of water and oil soups and grains, comfort and ceremony. In this realm of potter's wheel rhythm, you've witnessed clay's metamorphosis, mud to shape, to vessel, to daily ritual. The wheel's soft buzz and the potter's guiding hands fold into your senses a lullaby spun in earth and water. As you step back into the market's broader hum, let the wheel's echo follow you, a reminder that every crafted form owes its life to gentle rotation, soft touch, and the timeless dance of hand and clay. You round a sunlit corner and enter a riot of color where baskets heave with radiant fruit, soft blush figs, jewel-red pomegranates, and grape clusters like polished beads tumbling in emerald leaves. This is Fruit Stall's Glow, where the market's sweetest gifts beckon with succulent promise and ambient sweetness you probably won't find anywhere else, without feeling your mouth water as you wander past glowing heaped pyramids of nature's candy. A vendor in a loose linen tunic stands behind a low table festooned with fresh figs, each one plump and tawny green, their skins dusted like velvet. You lift a single fig and press its gentle, yielding flesh between fingertips, soft yet firm, a faint spring under your touch. When you split it open, deep rose interiors spill tiny seeds glimmering in morning light. Mainstream archaeobotanical studies confirm that figs, Ficus carica, were cultivated in Mesopotamia by at least 3000 BCE, with charred figs recovered from Ur's temple ovens as early as 2600 BCE. Historians still debate whether those early figs came from local wild varieties, domesticated in city orchards, or from clonal cuttings imported via caravan trade. But here in your hand, figs' honeyed depths feel timeless. Beyond the figs, a neat row of pomegranates gleams like scarlet jewels. Their leathery exteriors press cool against your palm, and when you tap a fruit, it gives a soft, hollow note, an invitation to taste its ruby seed interior. You press open the rind and lean in to inhale a burst of tangy sweetness and a faint, resinous scent like wine mingled with rosewater. Fringe oral traditions claim that pomegranate seeds once served as ritual currency worth one seed per offering at Ishtar's shrines, though mainstream economic historians caution that no cuneiform tablets record seed-based coinage. Still, you feel each seed like a tiny talisman of fertility and prosperity glittering in your palm. You step forward to a wicker crate of grape clusters, their translucent orbs hanging in heavy bunches. Some grapes shine pale green, others blush purple, each so ripe they threaten to burst under their own weight. You twist a cluster free, pop a grape into your mouth, and the skin cracks with a soft pop, releasing cool juice that fills your tongue with crisp sweetness. Mainstream texts from the old Babylonian period document grape cultivation along riverine canals, noting grape press installations for early winemaking. Historians still debate whether everyday markets sold grapes primarily for eating or reserved most for fermenting into wine. But here, fresh grapes taste like summer's brightness, distilled in one small burst. A cluster of quince sits nearby, fuzzy yellow fruits with a fragile perfume somewhere between apple blossom and honeysuckle. You gingerly pick up a quince, its surface dusty with bloom. The vendor slices one open, revealing pale, grainy flesh that you cautiously taste, raw tart, and astringent puckering your cheeks. He hands you a small bowl of honey-steeped quince morsels, instead softly poached in date syrup and spiced with a whisper of cinnamon. You taste the quince's floral tartness, balanced by syrup's rich warmth. Fringe culinary reconstructions sometimes sprinkle quince with crushed basil seeds, said to open the heart to romantic visions. Yet, mainstream recipe fragments from palace kitchens list only honey water and cinnamon. Either way, quince morsels feel like an alchemical treat, transforming tart to tender. A barrel holds dried figs and dates mixed with crushed pistachios and rose petals, pressed into thick fruitcakes. You slice off a small square and bite in chewy fig fibers, sticky date sweetness, crunchy nut shards, and perfumed rose petals weave a tapestry of flavor that feels both exotic and comforting. Mainstream gastronomic studies reference such pressed fruit cakes in medieval Arabic cookbooks. Historians still debate whether they trace back to Babylonian temple offerings or later Arabian influences. But as you chew, those pressed bits taste like history's layers, folded into a single bite. Next, a stall displays melons, round or oval fruits, striped pale and dark green, some cut open to reveal coral pink flesh. The vendor scoops a slice onto a clay plate and hands it to you, its surface glistening with dew-like droplets. You bring it to your lips and taste the melon's subtle sweetness and cooling juiciness. Mainstream botanical surveys confirm melon cultivation reached Mesopotamia by the first millennium BCE, likely introduced from eastern Iran, yet historians still ponder whether early melons were aromatic citron types rather than modern watermelons. Nonetheless, the melon slice tastes like oasis water under desert sun, a gentle refreshment against the market's bustle. A gentle laughter drifts as a child at a nearby stall tries to balance a stacked fruit tower. 3 apples, 2 quinces, and 1 pomegranate, wobbly but triumphant. Their rosy cheeks match the fruit's glow, and a vendor teases, "If this falls, you'll owe me a honeyed quince." You can't help smile at the playful bartering between sweetness and stakes, a reminder that even fruit can spark gentle games. Historians still debate whether market entertainment, like apple stack feats featured in seasonal festivals, or simply amusements of idle customers, yet children's laughter here feels timeless. As you wander further, you encounter a bowl of grape leaf rolls, delicate parcels of rice lentils, and herbs wrapped in tender vine leaves. The vendor lifts one, letting olive oil drizzle over it before you taste the vine leaf's faint bitterness, the rice's soft chew, and the herb-infused center meld into a savory complement to the market's sweeter offerings. Fringe food lore suggests grape leaf rolls were first offered to temple musicians to sustain them through night chants. Mainstream culinary scripts reference stuffed vine leaves in later periods, but remain silent on Babylonian origins. Still tasting that roll feels like a savory echo of the market's grape glow. Nearby, a low basin holds citrus slices, thin wheels of bitter orange lemon and pomelo, dipped in honey and dried. You pick up a candied lemon slice, its rind softly sparkling with sugar crystals. You bite in, and tangy citrus oils burst across your tongue, tempered by honey's mellow depth. Citrus trees arrived in Mesopotamia well after its heyday, yet modern markets embrace these fruits as symbols of renewal. Historians still discuss whether ancient Babylonians ever tasted citrus or whether these sweets are later Ottoman period additions. Yet, as you savor that slice's bright sting, the market's fruit stall feels both ancient and ever-evolving. A stall of sprinkled pomegranate arils catches your eye. Tiny, deep red jewels, drained of their rind, but pulsing with juice. The vendor dips a handful into a jug of cool spring water, letting seeds swirl before draining them into a clay bowl. You lean forward and taste a single aril, Its tart sweet pop fills your mouth like a tiny bursting firework. Fringe poetic manuals liken arils to lovers' tears, while historians still debate whether pomegranate was ever called she-fruit in Sumerian poetry, or if that emerges in later Aramaic sources. Either way, those arils feel like precious rainstones, ephemeral delights in a bowl. You pause to close your eyes, letting the fruit's aromas, honeyed, fig, resinous, quince, floral pomegranate, cool melon, wash over you like a gentle tide. The market's bustle fades. Boat horns on the river, bleating lambs, and the far murmur of spice stalls recede into a soft, humming silence. You hear only the soft clink of melon rind against clay plate, the faint rustle of grape clusters brushing against reed mats, and the vendor's gentle murmur. Taste the orchard's light. Let fruit heal your hunger and heart. Next to you, an elder dips a sprig of mint into a bowl of pomegranate vinegar tonic and offers you a sip. You draw it in tart sweet vinegar mint's cool kiss and a faint whisper of date syrup at the edges. Mainstream medical fragments cite pomegranate vinegar tonics for digestive health, while historians still debate whether such tonics were apothecary or refreshment. Yet, as you swallow that tonic, you feel the fruit stall's legacy settle in your belly, nourishing both body and memory. Finally, you gather a small woven basket of mixed fruit treasures: fresh figs, pomegranate, arils sealed in a cup, melon slices wrapped in reed bark to savor later in shaded repose. The vendor ties a sprig of dried lavender to your basket handle and bids you good fortune. You lift the basket, feeling its gentle weight of sun-warmed fruit and aromatic promise. As you step away from fruit stalls' glow, the market's broader hum returns in soft waves, the distant hammering at the jeweler's stall, the sizzle of fish cakes frying, the whisper of potter's wheels. In your hands, the fruit's glow remains a portable sunrise of flavor and fragrance, a living pulse of orchard and garden transposed into the city's heart. In this realm of fruit stalls' glow, you've tasted the market's sweetest songs: figs and pomegranates, grapes and melons, quince and citrus, all woven into layered stories of cultivation, trade ritual, and playful delight. As you drift onward, let each bite carry you back to this ambient orchard of color and sweetness, where fruit's glow bridges past and present in a single luminous moment. You find a quiet alcove beneath a woven canopy just past the fruit stalls, where the air is scented with clay dust and lamp oil. Here unfolds the scribe's shaded nook, a hushed enclave of stylus tapped tablets and flickering lamps, where scribes record the market's pulse in wet clay, an ambient hush you probably won't experience anywhere else, soft as falling sand and alive with the quiet tap-tap of writing sticks. A long bench of sun-baked brick supports a shallow reed mat strewn with clay tablets in various stages of inscription. One scribe, his tunic rolled up and arm braced on a leather pad, leans over a tablet the size of your hand. With a sharpened reed stylus, he incises neat wedge shapes into damp clay, each mark a cuneiform character. Mainstream scholarship tells us that by 2000 BCE scribes, trained in temple schools, could master hundreds of signs and shorthand symbols, a testament to rigorous apprenticeship systems. Historians still debate whether scribal education remained strictly temple-bound or extended into informal household workshops. But here, the scribe's steady hand confirms that literacy was both art and profession. Beside him, a small lamp of polished bronze sits atop a low stand. Its single wick burns with a steady golden glow, casting dancing shadows across the tablets. You lean in, noting the lamp's simple design, a shallow bowl connected to a flat handle, drip catchers built into the rim. Mainstream lamp typologies date this form to the old Babylonian period, prized for even light and minimal smoke. Historians still puzzle over exact oil types, sesame castor or fish oil. Yet the lamp's mellow light feels both practical for long hours of work and comforting in its glow. You reach forward and lift a tablet etched with a market log, lists of barley measures, copper, shekel tallies, and abbreviations for dozens of merchants. The handwriting is finely spaced, each line straight as a plow furrow. At the bottom, the scribe has pressed his personal seal, an oval of carved stone depicting a reclining lion. Seal impressions served as signatures and authorizations, ensuring each record's authenticity. Mainstream archives contain thousands of such seals, yet historians still argue whether individual seals changed routinely with office rotations or remained lifelong marks of identity. In your palm, that tiny lion feels like both a signature and a silent pact between buyer-seller and record-keeper. A second scribe works at a low desk across the nook, smoothing the surface of a fresh tablet with a damp sponge of reed pith. She murmurs an abbreviation, KLN, for Kylan, the standard word for measure, before pressing repetition in neat columns. Fringe accounts hold that some scribes recited numbers in melodic chants to maintain accuracy, a mnemonic song passed through generations. Though mainstream scholars find no direct textual evidence for such chants. Regardless, her rhythmic tapping has a soothing lilt, as if clay itself hums with ancient counting songs. At the far end, a teacher scribe oversees two apprentices. He wears a richly dyed sash and holds a stylus like a conductor's baton. As one apprentice struggles with a complex sign, the master gently guides the stylus tip, correcting the angle and depth. He repeats an open scholarly debate phrase. Historians still wonder whether scribal corrections were common punishments or simply collaborative instruction. The apprentices nod solemnly, then resume their work, each wedge mark a lesson in precision and patience. On a nearby shelf rests a row of dried clay tablets, sales contracts, tax receipts, even poems dedicated to the goddess Nanaya. Their surfaces are faded and lightly cracked, yet their inscriptions remain legible. You lift one line-rubble tablet from the back, tracing faded wedges that recount a gift of date syrup and sesame oil to a temple feast. Mainstream cuneiform collections confirm that gift lists like these appear in temple archives, yet historians still debate whether such lists serve purely economic tracking or also reinforced social bonds through ritual exchanges. Holding that ancient tablet, you feel the weight of both accounting and devotion inscribed in its grooves. A leather satchel sits beside the apprentices, its flap fastened with a clay bead. It contains unused tablets and spare styluses carved from reed and bone. The styluses vary, some broad for deep signs, others narrow for fine notation. You examine one of bone, its tip worn smooth. Scholars still argue whether scribes preferred reed over bone for moisture control or longevity. But each stylus before you carries the memory of countless inscriptions pressed into market annals. A gentle breeze lifts the nook's reed blinds, bringing in distant sounds of bargaining and animal calls. The scribe by the lamp pauses, lifts his stylus to his lips, and whispers a phrase that feels part prayer, part method. May these records endure, like clay in kiln, bearing witness, true. Historians still puzzle whether scribal invocations like this were spoken or remain later imaginative reconstructions. But as he resumes writing, you sense the words infuse each tablet with a silent hope for permanence. You notice small horns carved from ivory, perched on the desk, a tallying device for counting larger transactions. The scribe drops clay tokens into horn slots, each representing a shekel or a measure of grain. These tokens or bullae often enclosed before sealing with wax or clay ensured contract details remained secure. Mainstream archaeological finds of token-enclosed bullae date back to pre-cuneiform accounting in the Uruk period. Yet historians still examine how tokens evolved into written numerals. In the scribe's hands, those horns and tokens link the tangible clay sphere to the flowing script. Off to one side, a teacher reads aloud from a training tablet, a practice exercise of signs written in faint indentations. She corrects an apprentice's faintly carved wedge, pointing out the proper wedge length and angle. See, the stroke runs diagonally. From here, she says, demonstrating with her stylus, held at a precise 70-degree tilt. Apprentices repeat the motion, each learning through both sight and muscle memory. Mainstream educational texts describe multi-year curricula, while historians still debate whether scribal schools admitted women regularly or only sporadically. Yet here, male and female apprentices share equal focus under their mentor's patient eye. You lean in to read a quick note scratched into a corner of a tablet, deliver 10 jars oil to Enlil's gate by tomorrow. A hurried addendum. Its wedges, shallow and uneven, contrasts with the formal contract beside it. Fringe social history studies suggest such scribbles constituted market graffiti, personal reminders scratched in communal spaces. Mainstream researchers, however, question whether public tablets allowed personal notes, or if scribes reserved graffiti for private practice slates. In any case, that scribble feels startlingly human, a glimpse of daily life's informal undercurrent beneath official records. A small oil lamp gutters low as midday heat climbs, casting long shadows across the nook. The master potter's chant drifts faintly from the nearby wheel, an echo of clay's shape and the tinkling of scales from Barter's corner hums at a distance. In this quiet corner, the scribe's rhythm grounds the market's ceaseless flow in words that will outlast sunlit hours and echo through clay ages. As the master closes his tablet's edges and hands it to an attendant for sun-drying, he offers you a soft nod and a clipped greeting. May your days be as enduring as these inscriptions. You touch the tablet's warm surface, feeling every wedge imprint beneath your fingertips, a living archive of commerce, ritual, and human connection. In this realm of scribes' shaded nook, you've witnessed literacy's quiet power, the deliberate wedge, the soft glow of lamp, the hush of reed blinds, and the seal's silent guarantee. You carry away a fragment of clay record in your mind, each sign a steady heartbeat of Babylon's bustling market, each tablet a bridge between moment and memory, between hands that write and hands that trade. You slip into a narrow lane where the clack of leather and the whisper of braided fibers weave together in a soothing duet. Here unfolds rope and sandal crafts, where artisans bend over coils of hemp twine and leather strips, coaxing raw materials into sturdy sandals and lifelines you probably won't encounter elsewhere without yearning for a pair of slippers this comfy. And yes, you might suddenly realize you've been wearing flip-flops all week for no good reason. A craftsman in a homespun tunic crouches beside a shallow clay bowl filled with hemp fiber strands. He dips his calloused fingers into a vat of water, then flicks them gently to separate and align the fibers before twisting them in his palm. Mainstream archaeological finds show that hemp ropes were in use in Mesopotamia by at least 2500 BCE, prized for their tensile strength in pulling carts and tying grain bundles. Historians still debate whether these fibers arrived via early trade with the Indus Valley or were cultivated locally in small plots along irrigation canals. But in your hand, that damp coil feels like a lifeline spun from the earth itself. Nearby, a young apprentice threads several dampened strands through a wooden rope-spinning drop spindle, setting it spinning against the sun-warmed ground. The spindle's gradual twirl echoes like a distant lullaby, each turn twisting fibers tighter into a single gleaming cord. fringe craft lore suggests that potters once used leftover spindle ropes as kiln bindings to resist high heat, a clever repurposing lost when modern kilns arrived. Mainstream studies, however, find scant evidence of rope in kiln reconstructions, leaving scholars to still argue whether spindles ever served double duty as heat-resistant supports. Yet here the spindle's soft hum and the rope's growing strength draw you into the tactile magic of transformation. A low workbench hosts coils of reed-woven rope, its golden hue glinting in dappled light. The weaver plucks a length and tests its flexibility, bending it into tight loops. You run a fingertip along its surface, feeling minute ridges where each reed strand overlaps. Mainstream ecological surveys confirm that Phragmites reeds lining the Euphrates provided abundant material for both mats and rope, a renewable resource managed by reed harvesting regulations inscribed in local legal codes. Historians still puzzle over how strictly those regulations were enforced. Were reed beds communal commons or private groves, but the rope's supple resilience speaks of careful stewardship and generational know-how. Step closer, and you see a line of rawhide strips drying on a reed rack. The tanned hides flex in a lazy breeze, their surfaces smooth and faintly scented of smoke and tannin. A leather worker lifts one strip, cutting precise fringes with a small flint blade to create decorative tassels on sandals. Mainstream tanning manuals from the Neo-Babylonian era describe hide treatments using date palm ash and river mud to soften fibers and stave off rot. Historians still analyze whether tanning occurred at specialized workshops near temple complexes or by household craftsmen at hearthside, but the hide's pliant warmth under your palm suggests a tradition as old as civilization itself. Your eye catches a neat row of sandals in various stages of assembly. The sole of one pair rests on a low bench, a thick slab of leather, shaped by a curved wooden form. The sandal's straps, braided cords of hemp and leather, lie coiled beside it. The artisan threads a strap through a pre-punched hole in the sole, then tugs it taut with a pair of bone-tipped pliers. Mainstream footwear studies note that sandals found in Ur's royal cemetery, dating to 2500 BCE, feature similar strapping patterns, while historians still debate whether elaborate sandals indicated social rank or practical durability. Either way, slipping your foot into a near-finished pair feels like stepping across millennia in instant comfort. A gentle breeze lifts loose fibers from the rope pile, and you catch the earthy scent of hemp mingled with leather's smoky sweetness. The artisan hands you a modest pair of woven strap sandals, urging you to step in. As you slip on those soft-soled slippers, your foot sinks into plush support arches, cradled by snug straps. You shift your weight from heel to toe, testing the sandal's grip on the packed earth floor. The sensation is pure bliss, a far cry from the blisters you probably collected on modern sneakers. Light joke. If only your feet had whispered sooner. Hey, buddy, We need better footwear. Am I right? Beside the sandal rack, a craftsman, hunched over a small fire, roasts pieces of tamarisk sap into a varnish. He then brushes a thin coat onto new sandals to seal and darken the leather, its smoky aroma swirling around your senses. Mainstream conservation analyses confirm that plant resins like tamarisk provided water resistance and sheen, often outlasting animal greases. Historians still examine whether craftsmen guarded resin varnish recipes as guild secrets or shared them openly among communities. But here, the varnish's glossy finish protects each sandal like a second skin. Under the same canopy, a pile of choir fiber bundles, coarse and fibrous, awaits transformation into scrub ropes used to clean pots and hearths. You run your fingers over their bristly surfaces, surprised by their surprising strength. Fringe domestic life accounts claim coir ropes doubled as crude fishing lines in emergencies, though mainstream ethnographic parallels suggest they remained household workhorses. Still, their rugged feel reminds you that rope came in many textures and purposes, from luxury sandal straps to workaday scrubbers. A rhythmic tapping draws your attention to a child apprentice practicing knot-tying drills on short rope segments. With swift fingers, she forms reef knots, clove hitches, and bowlines, each knot a mini-dance of loops and tucks. The master craftsman watches occasionally, murmuring corrections. Not so tight, breathe. Remember your first reef knot on the garden post. Historians still argue whether knot tying was taught formally in scribal schools as part of apprenticeship or passed informally by word of mouth. But watching that girl's deft fingers knot rope into sturdy loops feels like witnessing a living archive of maritime memory. Every knot, a link to distant ship decks and river barges. You drift toward a workbench where a line of reed sandals, sole and strap, both woven from thin reeds, rests drying. The artisan picks up one and flexes it in her hand, testing its strength and pliability. Reed sandals, lighter than leather, and quick to produce, catered to lower status folk or summer wear. Mainstream botanical reconstructions show reeds, harvested in early summer, produce the most durable weave, while historians still debate whether reed footwear ever rivaled leather in popularity or remained a seasonal novelty. Yet, stepping onto dry reeds feels like walking on a sun-bleached riverbank, cool, breathable, and alive with texture. Nearby, a small bowl holds dried pomegranate rind powder, tinted dusty red. The craftsman mixes the powder into water and dips a rope coil, dyeing it a soft rose hue. You hold a dyed coil to the light. Its warm pink glow catches the sun and contrasts beautifully with natural hemp. Fringe dye history accounts assert pomegranate rind also imparted insect repellent qualities to ropes used in fishing nets. Mainstream dye analyses find tannins in pomegranate do deter pests, though historians still question whether this was a conscious practice or a fortuitous side effect. Either way, that coil's rosy hue lifts rope from purely functional to subtle artistry. A quiet murmur rises as an apprentice demonstrates rope making on a small trestle. She attaches 3 lengths of yarn to a wooden peg and walks backward, letting the strands twist and coil into a single rope. The master nods, watching the evenness of the twist. Mainstream technological reconstructions suggest rope walks of this sort reached lengths of dozens of meters in larger workshops, while historians still explore whether breadbasket-sized home rope walks supplemented communal production. Yet, watching her walk backward, careful as a dancer, coaxing strands into rope, feels like a slow, hypnotic choreography. You close your eyes and let the lane's ambient hum wash over you, the soft slap of sandals on packed earth, the creak of a spindle, the crackle of tannin varnish over flame, the muted thump of twisting rope against wood. It all blends into a gentle ASMR chorus, a lullaby of craft and community. Returning to the sandal rack, the craftsman presents you with a pair built just for you, supple leather soles reinforced by sturdy hemp ropes, dyed pomegranate pink on the straps, varnished to a soft sheen. You slip them on, feeling your arches buoyed and toes cradled. Each step glides effortlessly, like paddling a silent canoe across glassy water. No clomping, no pinching, just quiet harmony between foot and craft. As you step away from rope and sandal crafts, you carry the lane's whispered teaching that every strand of rope and strip of leather held both utilitarian purpose and artisanal pride. The braid of fibers and hide tells of fields sown with hemp, of animal hides, tanned by riverbank fires, of dyes drawn from fruit waste, and of apprentices learning knot by knot. Each sandal strapped to your foot becomes a reminder of human ingenuity and quiet creativity woven into every step. In this realm of rope and sandal crafts, you've witnessed the alchemy of fiber and the hushed pedagogy of knot drills, the slow hum of spindles and wheels, and the gentle choreography of hands shaping comfort. As you drift onward through the market's broader tapestry, let each step in your new sandals echo that crafted harmony, soft, sure, and timeless. You round a low-hung reed curtain and enter a corner where coarse blankets and robes hang like silent sentinels in the dusk glow. Here unfolds camel wool weavings, where the hair of great desert beasts is spun into warm textiles that cradle body and spirit. An ambient hush you probably won't experience anywhere else, soft as desert sands in moonlight, yet rich with ancient, nomadic heartbeat. A weaver in a homespun tunic sits cross-legged beside a low loom framed by sturdy wooden posts. He lifts a handful of camel hair fleece, its fibers long, lustrous, and slightly oily to the touch. Mainstream zoo archaeological evidence confirms that Bactrian and dromedary camels were domesticated in Mesopotamia and neighboring lands by the late 2nd millennium BCE, prized for both transport and wool. Historians still debate whether camel wool reached Babylon via direct Saharan trade routes or overland caravans skirting the Persian Gulf. But here, running a finger through soft camel hair feels like touching the desert's own whisper. He begins carding the fleece with 2 rounded paddles lined with bone teeth, teasing fibers into alignment. The gentle rasp of carding echoes like distant wind through reeds, each pass drawing fibers into a soft bat. Fringe craft lore suggests that secret mnemonics, simple melodic chants, were once sung during carding to steady hands and lend spiritual warmth to the wool, though mainstream textile scholars find little direct text evidence for such songs. Even so, as you hear the carder's low hum, you sense a quietly ritualized cadence in his strokes. Once carded, the weaver rolls fibers onto a slender drop spindle he carved from elm wood. You watch as he spins the spindle's soft whir, blending with distant fishmonger slaps and spice stall breezes, weaving wool into yarn. Mainstream fiber analysis studies show camel wool's micron-level fineness rivals early cashmere, insulating yet breathable in extreme climates. Historians still explore whether camel wool garments were reserved for elites or provided essential warmth for desert caravans. But feeling the spun yarn, pliant, springy, just a touch prickly, you appreciate its primal warmth. Next, you see a large, upright, warp-weighted loom. The weaver secures thick camel wool warps overhead, letting them fall in taut parallel lines, weighted by clay-coated stones. He sits before it, drawing a shuttle through wefts of dyed camel yarn. The shuttle's soft thump against warp threads is a muted drumbeat in this quiet alcove. Fringe archaeological reports suggest warp-weighted looms may date back to Sumerian temple workshops, yet mainstream textile histories argue vertical looms developed later in Aegean contexts. Here, though warp-weighted weaving feels elegantly suited to heavy wool gravity doing part of the work. A nearby apprentice dyes some camel wool skeins in a shallow vat of pomegranate bark and alum, stirring gently until the water deepens to a rich rust. The apprentice then rinses the yarn in another tub of clear water, watching the color settle into fibers. Mainstream dye analysis confirms pomegranate bark yields warm browns, fast and wash-resistant hues, while historians still debate whether pomegranate dyes circulated broadly or remained a temple apothecary specialty. Either way, the dyed yarn's warm chestnut hue matches the late afternoon light, blending textile craft with botanical alchemy. You lean forward to inspect a nearly finished camel wool blanket, its weave tight, and even stripes of deep rust, dusky gold, and muted gray running horizontally. The blanket's edges are bound with simple whip stitch in camel yarn, securing loom fringes. Mainstream ethnographic parallels note camel wool blankets, sometimes called desert rugs, offered shelter from both sun and chill, used in nomadic tents and on pack saddles. Historians still examine whether such blankets featured exclusively in nomadic encampments or also entered urban households. But here, wrapping the blanket around your shoulders feels like wearing both warmth and history. A gentle bray from a distant courtyard drifts you back to reality. As the weaver holds up a slender camel wool sash, woven in a narrow strip just wide enough to wrap around waist and shoulders. Intricate diamond patterns run along its length, executed in contrasting ivory and charcoal yarn. Fringe pattern studies trace diamond motifs across Central Asian textiles into Mesopotamia. Yet historians still debate whether these designs arrived with Scythian traders or emerged independently in Babylonian weaving lore. Holding that sash, you sense a crossroads of cultures stitched into every geometric repeat. At a small wooden rack, an apprentice dips camel wool mittens into heated tamarisk resin to impart water, resistance, pinching resin off the edges with sticky fingers. The resin darkens the wool and grants a subtle sheen. Mainstream conservation tests show tamarisk resin reduces felting and moisture absorption, while historians still ask whether resin use arose from functional necessity or as a status marker in wet seasons. Yet, feeling a mitten's slightly tacky handle, you taste resin's tang and imagine crossing river fords without dread of soaked hands. You step closer to a low bench piled with carded camel hair insulation pads, roughly rectangular and quilted with linen threads at corners. These pads, you're told, served as liners for heavy coats or camel saddles, trapping air for extra warmth. Fringe domestic life reconstructions claim households layered pads in winter bedding, though mainstream household patterns research remains inconclusive. Still touching a pad's fluffy heft conjures images of frost-sharp mornings softened by wool's protective embrace. Beyond insulation pads, a slender glass flask holds tinted water, a remnant from an experimental mica-laden dye bath. The apprentice sprinkles shimmering mica flakes into dyed yarn, creating a subtle sparkle when the wool catches light. Fringe experimental archaeology accounts suggest ancient weavers may have used ground mica or crushed shell for shimmering effects, though mainstream textile chemistry questions mica's solubility in plant-based mordants. Yet, the slightest glint in a camel wool tassel looks like starlight caught in fabric, an echo of sky and sand woven together. A low furnace stands in one corner, its small opening revealing olive wood embers, glowing blue beneath a shallow shovel of charcoal. The weaver will fire set dyed skeins, briefly steaming fibers to fix color. You feel the furnace's warm breath on your neck. Mainstream dye-fixing studies indicate steaming solidifies mordant bonds, while historians still explore whether this process occurred in household hearths or communal dye kitchens. Nonetheless, the furnace's gentle radiance feels like an ancient kiln turned inside out, warming fibers rather than clay. A child apprentice tests a bit of spun yarn on a blunt bone needle, tightening a small patch of loose weaving in a blanket's fringe. The child's soft hum, a lullaby, learned from grandmother, floats as the needle weaves, echoing weaving as song theories in fringe craft lore. Mainstream oral tradition studies have yet to confirm weaving chants, but hearing that hum in time with loom beats feels like the warp and weft of memory and melody. You lean against a reed pillar, inhaling the mingled scents of damp wool, pomegranate, dye, resin, smoke, and embers. The atmosphere is rich and quiet, each aroma a layer in the camel wool tapestry. You close your eyes, letting the market's broader hum slip away, replaced by the calm rhythm of carding, spinning, weaving, and steaming. As you step forward, the weaver offers you a small sample of undyed camel wool yarn coiled into a neat skein. He explains that undyed yarn called natural barley hue was prized for its neutrality, easily blending with dyes, or left raw for homespun charm. Mainstream trade records list natural wool among top exports alongside dyed textiles, while historians still debate whether natural or dyed wool commanded higher prices in urban bazaars. Yet, clasping that golden-tanned skein, you feel both its simplicity and its potential, like lightly fallen dunes awaiting sun's final blaze. Near a small reed chest, a silken cloth rests embroidered with camel wool thread, weaving camel hair yarn into luxurious tapestry panels. This combination of silk warp and wool weft created lightweight yet warm cloaks treasured by nobles. Mainstream luxury textile archives note such weavings in Neo-Assyrian palaces, while historians still examine whether silk imports arrived in time for such hybrid textiles or were local imitations using glossy linen. Regardless, feeling silk's smooth shimmer against wool's embrace hints at a world where camel hair touched courts as well as caravans. Finally, you see a neat row of camel wool hats, each shaped into conical ear-flap designs. A weaver lifts one and places it on your head. Soft warmth cushions your skull, ear flaps dangling to cover your cheeks. These hats protected travelers crossing desert nights, insulating against both chill and wind. Mainstream travel diary translations mention such hats in Bedouin contexts from later eras. Historians still seek earlier references in Babylonian texts, but wearing one now feels like donning ancient ingenuity. A soft tambourine rattle drifts in the distant echo of children playing near the fruit stalls, and you rise, untangling shawl and sash as you prepare to leave. The weaver gives a final nod and extends a scarf of striped camel wool, its ends knotted and dyed in subtle ochre highlights. "Keep warm on your journey," he murmurs in a low voice. As you slip the scarf around your neck, you carry the hush of camel wool weavings, cardings rasp, spindles hum, looms murmur, dyes splash, furnaces breath, and the camel's silent gift of warmth. Each fiber spun and woven here speaks of nomads' footsteps, desert winds, and human hands binding earth to body in a soft embrace. In this realm of camel wool weavings, you've touched the desert's softest whispers, felt caravan echoes in each thread, and witnessed craft rhythms as gentle as shifting sands. As you drift onward through the market's broader symphony, let the camel wool scarf's warmth remind you of quiet ingenuity spun into every weave, an ambient lullaby for body and mind. You step into a dusky courtyard lit by a soft constellation of clay lamps, their amber halos dancing across mud brick walls. Here unfolds evening lantern light, where the gentle glow of oil lamps and lanterns transforms the market into a realm of soft shadows and whispered calm, an ambient glow you probably won't find anywhere else unless you've secretly wished your smartphone screen could mimic candlelight without the battery drain. As the sun dips below the city walls, vendors pause in their stalls to light rows of clay oil lamps, small, shallow bowls of dark ceramic, holding thick wicks aflame with sesame oil fuel. You lean forward, feeling the faint warmth wash over your face as lamp after lamp ignites. Mainstream archaeological surveys confirm such lamps date back to at least 3000 BCE in Mesopotamia, their simple shapes evolving little across millennia, because the combination of oil wick and clay worked so perfectly. Historians still debate whether early oils were filtered through reed mats or pressed by stone weights. Some even speculate camel bone presses, but here that steady olive amber glow feels timeless, as reliable as your own breath. You trace the rim of one lamp with your fingertip, noting tiny ridges where a potter's tool once smoothed the clay. Each lamp rests on a reed mat, its base cushioned against hot embers that might crack the ceramic. Fringe craft lore suggests that reed mats were woven with hidden prayers, in their patterns symbols meant to ward off soot demons, though mainstream researchers find no direct textual evidence for exorcising smoke stains. Even so, the idea of protective prayers woven alongside reed fibers tickles your imagination, as if every lamp included both flame and poem. A merchant drifts by carrying a cluster of bronze lamps tied on a wooden pole. These lamps, imported from Western workshops, feature small handles and deeper reservoirs, each shaped like a miniature amphora. Their polished surfaces catch lamplight in bright sparkles, lending a festive air to evening commerce. Mainstream metal analysis studies show these bronze lamps resisted corrosion longer than clay, making them prized heirlooms. Historians still argue whether bronze lamps were used mainly by temple priests or trickled down to affluent merchants, but seeing one in a trader's hand, warm, metallic, and weighty, feels like holding a lantern borrowed from the gods themselves. You pivot to a side table where an artisan is trimming wicks with sharp bronze scissors. The snip-snip of wick trimmings echoes like distant raindrops, each cut ensuring even flame height and minimal smoke. The cut ends fall into a small clay dish destined for reuse in grease and ash rubs to polish amphorae. Fringe domestic life anecdotes claim wick snips were sometimes fed to birds as nest lining, an early act of recycling that TikTok would applaud. Mainstream waste management studies, however, remain skeptical. Such delicate fibers survived bird construction, pointing instead to disposal in hearth ashes. Either way, the wick trimming lullaby comforts you with its quiet regularity. Nearby, a cluster of hanging lanterns sways gently in the evening breeze under a canopy of date palms. Each lantern is woven from thin reeds and fitted with a small clay cup, inside where a flickering lamp emits an enclosed glow. You step close, catching the scent of warm oil and faint reed smoke. Mainstream architectural surveys note that hanging lanterns improved airflow around flames, reducing smoke accumulation in crowded spaces. Historians still debate whether these designs evolved from nomadic tent lamps or urban innovations. But here, the hanging lights feel like fireflies summoned to guide wandering feet through dusk's velvet hush. An apprentice in a faded wool tunic moves among lanterns, relighting wicks that sputter low. He hums a soft refrain, an open scholarly debate phrase. Historians still wonder whether ancient artisans sang lullabies while relighting lamps as he breathes life back into each tiny flame. You smile at his gentle joke. If you'd sung to relight your desk lamp during exam crams, you might still have passed physics. His humming blends with the flicker of flames, weaving human voice with lamplight chorus. A vendor at the herbalist's corner offers you a tiny lavender oil lamp, its clay reservoir mixed with lavender essence. You lift it, and a whisper of floral perfume curls around the flame's warmth. Mainstream pharmacological texts from later eras praise lavender's calming properties when inhaled, yet historians still examine whether Mesopotamian apothecaries infused lamp oils with aromatic herbs or reserved scents for temple incense. Regardless, the lavender lamp's sweet herbal halo soothes nerves more potently than any modern candle store sampler. You drift toward a wall where craftsmen have affixed niche lamps, small alcove lamps inset into mud bricks so their light bathes the walls rather than shining directly. This subtle redirection creates pools of warmth on rough surfaces and softens glare on dark nights. Mainstream architectural studies highlight niche lamp usage in Assyrian palaces to accent relief carvings. Historians still explore whether common markets adopted this aesthetic or if it remained an elite feature. Yet here, that gentle wall wash transforms the market from open square into a chamber of quiet reflection. A soft clang draws your attention to a bell-hung lantern, its lamp cup secured within a metal frame that rings lightly when the wind whispers. The tinkling bell adds a musical counterpoint to lamplight, each chime akin to a lullaby for wayfarers. Fringe folklore suggests bell sounds were believed to ward off wandering spirits drawn to unlit spaces, though mainstream ritual studies find such practices later in South Asian traditions. Even so, the bell lantern's gentle tinkle feels comforting, a reminder that light and sound together guard the night. You settle on a low bench beneath a flickering cluster of opal-inlaid lamps, where small glass insets twinkle like stars. The light filters through tiny glass circles, casting prismatic spots on mud walls. Mainstream glassmaking research confirms that by the first millennium, BCE Mesopotamian workshops produced colored glass beads and inlays, but historians still debate whether glass lamps preceded glass vessels or developed contemporaneously. Here, the inlaid lamp's starlight effect makes the market feel like a living sky, earthbound constellations guiding your path. At a corner stall, a child apprentice tests a line of coconut shell lamps, hollowed hemispheres, carved from drifted shells. Each lamp holds a small wick at its center, the shell's bowl shape reducing spill risk. Coconut wasn't native to Mesopotamia, arriving later via Indian Ocean trade, but fringe maritime history accounts claim sailors introduced coconut craft to ports long before widespread trade. Mainstream trade route analyses, however, place coconuts in the region nearer the first millennium CE. Yet, holding a coconut lamp feels playful, a maritime souvenir set aglow in desert dusk. You wander toward a row of safflower-dyed lantern tassels, bright red threads hanging from lamp rims. The tassels soften lamplight and catch breeze in shimmering eddies of color. Mainstream dye studies trace safflower's use in textile and cosmetic coloring to Bronze Age Iran. Historians still debate whether safflower dye reached Babylon directly or via Elamite intermediaries. Either way, the red tassels lend lanterns a festive quality, like embers clothed in fire's own hue. A vendor offers you a sip of lamp-warmed spiced wine, heated gently over a small lamp flame in a clay cup. The wine's warmth blossoms on your tongue, mingling cinnamon's heat with the subtle smokiness of lamp oil. Heated clay. Mainstream gastronomic reconstructions cite similar warm wines in later Hellenistic banquets, though historians still question if Babylonians drank spiced wine heated by lamps or preferred room temperature cordials. In this moment that lamp-warmed wine feels perfectly at home in the evening's glow. You pause beneath a fading sky, letting lantern light wrap you in amber comfort. The market's hum fades into lamplight rhythms, the flicker of wicks the click of metal frames, the tinkle of bell lanterns, the hum of human voices softened by distance. A vendor softly proclaims, "Light guides our shadows, and shadows teach our souls a whispered mantra that feels both poetic and practical in equal measure." A gentle breeze stirs reed mats overhead, rustling lantern tassels and stirring soft shadows across your face. You close your eyes for a moment, breathing in the lamp smoke, honeyed oil, lavender spritz, and distant spiced wines drift. Each breath feels like a pact with night. You walk in light even as dark descends. As you prepare to move on, the merchant of clay lamps presses a tiny earthen lamp into your hand. Its wick burns steady and small, twin reflections dancing in your eyes. "Carry light within you," he says, voice hushed. You tuck the lamp into your sash, already picturing its soft glow, guiding you through evening streets. Stepping back into the market's broader tapestry, you carry evening lantern lights, ambient lullaby, soft flames, quiet chants, floral smoke, and bell-tinkling melodies woven into your senses. The market's vibrant day transformed into a sanctuary of warmth and calm under lantern glow, a gentle reminder that light, however small, can hold back the dark. In this realm of evening lantern light, you've walked among clay and bronze lanterns, inhaled incense and lavender, lamp oils heard, the bell's soft tinkle, sipped lamp-warmed libations, and felt the hush of dusk wrapped in amber warmth. As you drift onward, let each flicker guide you, proof that even the humblest lamp can kindle hope in the deepest night. You linger as dusk deepens into velvet night, the market's bustle dimmed to a soft murmur. Lantern lights flicker behind you, and ahead the stalls begin to fold and stow. Here unfolds night's murmured farewells, where tired vendors whispered gentle good nights. Animals settle into calm pens, and the market exhales its last sigh of day, an ambient hush you probably won't hear anywhere else, soft as sleep, tiptoeing across warm earth. At one end of the lane, you hear the rhythmic clang of shutters as a spice seller lowers his wooden stand. Each board drop echoes once, then nothing an auditory bookmark closing the day's chapter. Mainstream urban planning records show that Babylonian markets adhered to strict closing hours set by city authorities by the first millennium BCE, ensuring traders and patrons dispersed before moonrise. Historians still debate whether these curfews addressed security concerns or temple-mandated rituals, but as each stall shutter falls, you sense the market's collective nod toward rest. A block away, the squeak of reed mats being rolled up joins the hush. Apprentices gather in pairs, folding mats with practiced tugs that whisper reed fibers against each other. Fringe craft lore suggests that some families wove secret prayers into the last reed laid each night, tiny blessings tucked into the mat's edge, though mainstream anthropologists find no direct cuneiform evidence for woven incantations. Even so, as you hear mats collapse into compact bundles, you imagine hidden verses rustling in their folds. Between dimly lit stalls, a herdsman coaxes bleating lambs into woven reed pens. The animals slide through a narrow gate, their hoof clicks softened by sand. You catch the low bleat of one final lamb, reluctant to part. Then its bleat subsides into contented hush. Mainstream zoo archaeological studies confirm that pen-based nighttime housing protected livestock from predators and stray dogs. Historians still question whether communal or household pens predominated in urban quarters. Yet, in this moment, each lamb's last murmur sounds like a lullaby to its own soft straw bed. Nearby, someone snaps a reed torch alight with flint, its wick sputtering, before settling into a tiny orange glow. Torchlight flickers on mud brick walls, casting dancing shadows that chase you down narrow alleys. Mainstream fire safety edicts from later Neo-Babylonian tablets warn against unguarded torches in reed-roofed stalls. Historians still debate how strictly torch use was regulated after dark. Even so, the torch's sputtering flame and your own shadowed form merge into an intimate nocturne of light and dark. You pass a stall where a potter's apprentice extinguishes the last kiln embers with a soft spray of water, the sizzling hiss echoing like rainfall on clay. The kiln's dome, dark and cool, now exudes residual warmth. Mainstream ceramic studies note that evening quenching prevented thermal stress in clay vessels. Historians still discuss whether quenching occurred nightly or only after major firing cycles. Yet, hearing that sizzle in the night air feels like a vessel's final sigh before sleep. From a hidden corner, a soft drum beat emerges, two low taps on a hollow gourd bowl, marking the end of an evening drum circle. Market musicians, having performed wandering jingles at midday, now play a quiet cadence to signal closing time. Fringe musicology texts record that drums once guided nocturnal temple readings, while mainstream performance historians puzzle over whether market-side drum circles were widespread. In any case, the drum's final taps ripple through alleys like a communal benediction. A jeweler's apprentice clamps down a bronze lamp and carries it into a small storeroom, its glass inlay glinting one last time before darkness. You hear the lamp's metal frame click into place on a wooden shelf. Mainstream household inventories list such lamp storage practices to protect fragile glass, while historians still question whether merchants stored lamps behind counters or in dedicated lamp rooms. Yet, in that click you sense care extended even to tiny vessels of light. In the distance, a vendor's soft voice floats on night air. May Shamash guard your dreams. He stands beneath a lone lantern, his head bowed in blessing to departing customers. Shamash, the sun god, rides into night, as Utu, in neighboring lands, a poetic loop between day and dream. Historians still debate whether nocturnal invocations to sun deities formed part of official worship or private piety, but this simple benediction feels like a tether between sun's warmth and moon's hush. A stable hand in the livestock quarter secures the ox cart gates, its wooden bars sliding home with a muted thump. He then murmurs to the oxen, cooing names that feel more like lullabies than commands. Mainstream pastoral archives record animal naming conventions. Yet historians still explore whether naming rituals aim to calm beasts or honor divine patronage of livestock. Here, hearing the soft human voice against the oxen's rumbling calm sounds like kindness cradling strength. Close by, the weaver of camel wool weavings rolls up a warp-weighted loom, untying clay weights that thud softly as they fall into a reed basket. He strokes the loom's worn beam before turning away. Mainstream craft archives debate whether looms stayed assembled overnight or were dismantled for storage. Historians still examine workshop organization beyond temple compounds. Yet, the loom's final sigh as warp threads slacken feels like a book closed for the night knowledge preserved for tomorrow's weaving. A soft exhale escapes a stone mason, finishing his day's work on alabaster lamp niches, smoothing edges with a worn sandstone block. The block's grit whispers in your ear a soft rasp that grounds you in material presence. Mainstream art historical treatises note alabaster's preference for evening polishing to avoid midday heat. Historians still question whether sculptors followed daylight-based schedules or temple calendars. Yet, this rasp in twilight feels like stone breathing its last breath of the day. You slip past a reed canopy where an herbalist gathers sachet bundles of lavender and chamomile, tying them with reed twine for final drying. She hums a quiet melody, perhaps the same as her market morning chant, now slowed to evening tempo. Mainstream ethnobotanical studies confirm sachets eased rest when placed under pillowcases. Historians still debate whether sachets circulated beyond elite households. But under a sprinkle of dried petals, you feel the market's care folded into tiny sleep-promising pouches. A child whispers goodnight to a diminutive reed lantern, its wick sputtering before dying out. The lantern's dim glow flickers twice, then fades into black. You imagine the child's small hands hugging the lantern's frame, heart warmed by its final flicker. Fringe childhood study accounts recall children forging makeshift lanterns to guide them to family huts, gestures of early independence. Mainstream social history scholars, however, find limited evidence for child-led lantern use, yet watching that last ember wink out feels profoundly human. Nearby, the fishmonger carries away his brine basin, tilting it to drain salt water back into a storage vat. The last hiss of draining brine merges with ambient calm. Mainstream culinary archives document nightly brine recycling to conserve precious salt. Historians still debate whether brine vats clustered near docks or homes. Yet, hearing that gentle hiss in night air reminds you of tides a watery echo beneath the earth's hush. A jeweler collects stray metal filings from his bench into a small leather pouch. The faint tinkle of filings on leather, a final coda to golden day. These filings for reuse in granulation whisper of craft's cyclical nature. Nothing wasted, everything reborn. Fringe metallurgy lore claims filings flourished into new pieces if left under moonlight. Mainstream metallurgical studies debunk lunar metal growth, yet celebrate recycling as pragmatic conservation. Still, the filing's tinkle sounds like tiny promises of tomorrow's creations. As the market narrows to a single footpath, you pass a lone scribe who pockets his last clay tablet, fragment tapping it twice to ensure ink stands dry. He covers it with a cloth and vanishes through a reed curtain. Mainstream archival records note evening tablet coverage practices to protect from dew. Historians still question whether scribes worked through night or rested with market. But the tablet's final metallic tap in the hush feels like knowledge wrapped for dream. All around, vendors wave muted farewells, a baker pressing his flour-dusty palms together, a spice seller nodding with turmeric-stained fingers, a potter glancing back at his kiln's shadowed dome. Their gestures blend into a tapestry of human warmth, part ritual, part habit, part genuine care. You return each wave in kind as you move slowly toward the city gate. A stray breeze lifts a loose reed mat, letting dust drift like golden motes in the moonlight. The moon, pale and steady, stands sentinel above mud-brick battlements, echoing the sun-guarding shrine your market morning began beneath. Historians still debate whether lunar worship held equal weight to sun cults in Babylonian religion. But tonight, the moon's calm presence feels like a quiet partner to the market's final hush. You step through the gate, lantern-lit archway, sliding shut behind you with a soft wood and stone click, sealing the market away until dawn's first light. In your chest you carry the murmur of barley sacks settled, livestock penned, lanterns dimmed, incense coils cooled, and crafts stowed, an ambient lullaby of commerce and care. As you walk down a silent street, your own footsteps softened by new rope-woven sandals, you feel the market's heartbeat slow to match your stride. Every whisper of shutter torch and pen now echoes in your mind as a gentle refrain, proof that even in goodbye there is comfort and calm. You linger where the night air cools against mud brick walls, embers of lantern light fading to a silver wash under the moon. Here unfolds scholarly debates, a quiet crossroads where historians, anthropologists, and tinkerers dissect why Tongan canoes bore rooster figureheads, each voice carving its own notch into the story like a comb serration you probably won't settle on without sifting through layers of evidence and imagination. First, you encounter the importation hypothesis, championed by early European explorers who credited the carving tradition to chickens introduced by Indonesian traders. They pointed to archaeozoological finds, chicken bones buried in domestic middens, dated to around 1000 BCE, as proof that fowl significance spurred figurehead designs. You trace a finger along a shell tool gouge in a museum canoe prow replica, noting how carvers might have imitated an animal newly exotic. Yet historians still argue whether the carving tradition emerged concurrently with chicken's arrival or centuries later as symbolic homage rather than direct tribute to live birds. Next, you pass under banners of the symbolic mimicry debate, where fringe researchers point to comb-like motifs on lapita pottery shards from Samoa and Fiji, dated to 500 BCE. They claim Tongan artisans translated these abstract patterns into lifelike roosters. You crouch beside a study table strewn with pottery fragments and comb serration sketches, imagining an artisan tracing prehistoric pottery curves into his next carving. Mainstream art historians acknowledge lapita motifs' influence on Pacific visual languages, but caution that carving a rooster head might represent a parallel evolution, similar aesthetic impulses, rather than a direct lineage. Historians still debate whether these motifs represent shared ancestry or independent responses to similar island environments. Further along, a cluster of ritual function advocates holds court. Anthropologists here stress that carved roosters served in seafaring rites. Carved roosters supposedly received kava offerings mid-voyage to ensure calm waters. You watch a reenactment video projected on a palm screen. Paddlers pouring kava slurry onto a small replica wattle. Mainstream ethnographic texts note kava ceremonies, blessed figureheads before voyages as early as 1820s missionary accounts. Yet historians still argue whether kava poured onto roosters signified worship of an animal spirit or merely a general marine offering ritual to any prow ornament. Nearby, a group espouses the political power perspective, positing that only paramount chiefs could commission tall meter-high rooster combs, an unequivocal status symbol carved into tribal hierarchies. You examine colonial dispatches recounting mission confiscation of unauthorized idols in the Vavahu Rebellion of 1886, when insurgent canoes removed crosses but also replaced figureheads. Fringe oral historians claim lesser chiefs faced ritual censure if they dared mount rooster heads, while mainstream political historians debate how much colonial prohibition versus indigenous taboo regulated carving rights. Historians still discuss whether power dynamics or external missionary pressure truly determined who wore rooster figureheads. A more functional note arises with the navigational mnemonic theory. Cognitive anthropologists here map comb serrations onto star cluster patterns used in traditional navigation, a 7-point comb for the Seven Sisters, 9 points for Orion's belt. You lean against a case displaying star charts next to comb sketches, imagining carvers embedding celestial cues into sacred wood. Mainstream navigational studies recognize Polynesian wayfinding chants using objects as mnemonic devices. Yet, historians still argue whether sailors genuinely used combs as star maps, or if this interpretation retrofits scientific logic onto spiritual forms. Further on, the syncretism debate unfolds beneath a carved cross overlay on a rooster comb. Theologians praise Christian ancestral fusion crosses doves inlaid into wattles as evidence of genuine hybrid faith. You study a mid-19th century figurehead bearing both Latin crosses and shell doves beneath its comb. Mainstream missionary letters laud Tongan's eagerness to bear Christ's name upon ancient idols, yet post-colonial scholars caution that overt syncretism may mask covert resistance, carvers carving crosses under duress. Historians still question how deep the Christian symbols penetrated Tongan belief versus serving as surface compliance to colonial overseers. Across a low table, material culture experts debate the tool change controversy. They examine spark-blackened shell scraps and rust-pitted iron adze marks on the same carving evidence of a transitional phase. You handle fragments under a magnifying lens, noting fine shell tool polish, inside comb serrations, and deeper iron axe grooves at beak bases. Mainstream archaeological analysis confirms overlapping tool marks on mid-19th century head scraps, yet historians still contest whether shell tool skills persisted ceremonially or simply survived alongside practical iron adzes. By the flicker of a tiny lamp, regional-style scholars display a map of comb pattern diffusion across Polynesia, from Tongan canoes to Samoan Valley combs and Fiji's Manutogi headpieces. Each region adapted comb height, color, and carving depth. You trace painted arrows, linking islands, imagining carvers exchanging techniques on canoe voyages. Mainstream diffusionists chart these networks, while others argue for parallel invention shaped by shared environment and timber economy. Historians still debate whether carving styles owe more to direct exchange or to convergent evolution within island seascapes. You pause as living traditions, ethnographers share oral explanations from present-day carvers. Rooster heads embody ancestral guardianship, promise dawn's rebirth, and watch over paddlers. You listen to recordings of elders chanting before carving, their voices wrapped in laughter and reverence. Mainstream folklorists highlight embodied storytelling, where carving enactment becomes narrative itself. Yet, historians caution that modern revival contexts may romanticize traditions for tourism. Historians still tease apart authentic pre-contact meanings from post-revival identity assertions. Finally, you step back before naval engineer prototypes testing hydrodynamic advantages of comb profiles in wave tanks. Model prows with deeper serrations shed bow spray more efficiently in lab tests, a tangible benefit beyond symbolism. You peer through a glass window at water swirling around scaled comb forms, the foam tracking serration edges. Mainstream engineers note measured spray reduction, while historians still debate whether Tongan carvers recognize this advantage, or if academic analysis superimposes function post hoc. Historians still discuss whether carving served practical sea handling purposes, or if hydrodynamic benefits were incidental to ritual art. As you stand in the quiet of debate, you sense that no single theory claims absolute truth. Instead, each perspective slices through the wood grain of Tongan carving history, revealing facets of culture, power, craft, and belief. The carved rooster before you, a comb serrated into silent witnesses, holds echoes of chickens in Lapita camps, of chiefs asserting authority, of mid-voyage kava blessings, of crosses etched under pressure, and of star maps whispered into wood. And though scholars still argue whether this carving began as a livestock tribute, a lineage marker, a navigation aid, or a spiritual guardian, you realize the true legacy lies in the ongoing conversation itself, living scholarship as dynamic as the carving tradition. It studies each debate another layer in the rooster head's intricate palimpsest. You linger beneath the pale glow of a full moon as the market's last lanterns gutter out, leaving only rippling silver pools on mud brick walls, and the faint scent of dust mingled with earth's cool breath. Here unfolds moonlit silence, where the world pauses between heartbeat and breath, and every rustle, reed mat, shifting distant livestock, sigh becomes the market's final lullaby you probably won't hear anywhere else unless you press quiet into your soul and listen. As the breeze stirs loose straw, you notice the bare footprints etched in soft sand paths. Each print sandaled or bare marks a vanished step, a whispered presence now gone. Mainstream archaeological surveys at Ur's ancient bazaars show similar footprints, preserved in hardened mud under moonlight, testifying to commerce that outlasted daylight's hurry. Historians still debate whether such sensory traces formed part of nightly rituals or simply remained byproducts of human traffic. But here, each print feels like a silent testament to lives intersecting in shared space. A reed-thatched stall lies dark, now its curved reed lantern hook empty. You reach out to trace the hook's worn grooves, recalling the lantern's warm glow just moments ago. Fringe craft history accounts claim some artisans carved personal symbols into lantern hooks, tiny fish stars, or animal tracks as secret signatures. Mainstream studies find little physical evidence for such marks, suggesting most hooks remained utilitarian. Even so, you imagine a small fish sketch carved in the hook's arc, a hidden signature marking each evening's light. From a hidden corner, you hear the soft gurgle of water from a nearby well, its stones bathed in pale light. The well's edge, rounded and smooth from centuries of cupped hands, beckons you closer. You peer into its silent depths, the water reflecting moonlight like liquid pewter. Mainstream hydraulic treatises corroborate that Babylon's Qanat systems channeled groundwater into city wells by the first millennium BCE, offering reliable night water for traders and animals alike. Historians still argue whether nighttime well visits formed part of civic water rights rituals or merely practical necessity. But in that silent ripple, you sense both communal trust and whispered expectation. A faint whinny drifts from the livestock pens, where horses and donkeys settle against the stillness. Their low murmurs and occasional snorts mingle with the night air. Mainstream zoo archaeological records note that equids were stabled near markets to aid in transporting goods. At dawn, their nighttime pauses critical for strength. Historians still examine whether stable tens followed temple-mandated schedules or improvised guild customs, but hearing that whinny underscores trade's ever-present heartbeat, even in moonlit rest. You step across the courtyard to a folded reed mat, its edges tucked under a low beam. With careful fingers, you lift a corner and feel the mat's cool underside, a final artifact of the day's tapestry. Fringe, domestic life narratives suggest nightly folding of mats carried a symbolic good night blessing woven into the mat's last reed, though mainstream ethnographers find scant textual corroboration. Nonetheless, lifting that mat feels like unfolding a prayer of rest, each reed bowing to the night. On a distant wall, a single bronze lamp hook glints faintly. You approach and find a tiny soot stain just beneath where a lamp once hung. You press a fingertip to the stain, cool, rough, and slightly oily. Mainstream household conservation studies reveal soot stains often endure long after fires die, preserving faint outlines of daily life. Historians still debate whether soot-marked walls were ever cleaned ceremonially at solstices or left as humble witnesses to living rhythms. Yet, that stain smeared in silver dusk feels like a ghost image of a flame now vanished. A soft rustle of paper reaches your ear as a scribe retrieves his last drying tablet from beneath a reed shelf. You glimpse the tablet's pale silhouette under moonlight and imagine the fresh cuneiform still crisp and waiting for dawn's sun to harden it. Fringe philological lore tells of scribes whispering each sign 3 times before setting it to dry, an oral memory exercise lost to time. Mainstream textual analyses find no direct references, but note rhythmic repetition in training exercises. Holding that image of a single tablet beneath moon's gaze, you sense knowledge preserved through quiet dedication. Nearby, a sheep's soft bleat punctuates the silence from penned lambs, reminding you that even in rest, the market's life endures beyond closed stalls. You lean against a fence, tracing the lamp-smoothed wood with your palm. Mainstream pastoral treatises record nighttime sheep checks to ward off predators, while historians still debate whether such checks formed communal watch rituals or private duties. In that gentle bleat, you hear both care and connection vigilance folded into rest. A market musician retrieves a tiny reed drum, thumping a single muted beat before stowing it away. The sound, low, soft, fades like a heart's final echo before sleep. Fringe performance history accounts romanticize these solitary beats as night's last heartbeat, while mainstream musicology records few details of nocturnal performances. Yet that single drumbeat lingers in the hush, as if time itself paused to listen. The faint tinkle of metal shards being gathered reaches you next, the jeweler's apprentice recovering stray filings into a leather pouch by lantern glow now extinguished. Each metallic tap shines in memory like moonlight on a silver trough. Mainstream metallurgical notes on recycling confirm filings were precious material. Historians still explore whether apprentices engaged in nightly recall of scraps as part of guild ethics. In the hush, those taps sound like tiny promises of tomorrow's creativity. You close your eyes and inhale the night's tapestry, cool earth, faint brine from fish stalls, lingering spice dust in alley corners, and a whisper of lavender sachets tucked under pillows. A moment ago, the market thrummed with barter and song. Now each sound stands out water gurgle, animal sigh drum's last whisper, as though the entire day has distilled into this singular instant of attentive stillness. A lone reed torch flickers along a distant wall as a doorman lights it to guide late-turn travelers. Its flame sputters briefly, then steadies to a gentle pulse. Fringe urban legends suggest torches marked safe paths through labyrinthine alleys, while mainstream civic records outlined city-appointed torchbearers patrolling after dusk. Watching that torch's soft glow carve a path through blackness, you feel security woven into flame and shadow. A final clink of copper drifts from the barter corner, where a late buyer retrieves a lost shekel dropped in dusk. The sound, bright metallic, shatters silence for a moment before settling like a thought well recalled. Mainstream economic histories note coin retrieval customs to maintain trust, while historians still debate whether late-night transactions occurred under candlelight or simply exchanged tomorrow. Yet that clink feels like integrity, ringing out in the dark. As you stand alone in the market's heart, the moon's pale face, high above, seems to watch over every shuttered stall and sleeping reed mat. Its glow reveals the fine dust motes dancing in still air, tiny lanterns of their own. You breathe in deep, letting moonlight and memory intertwine, carrying forward the market's heartbeat, now slowed to a gentle pulse. When at last you turn to leave, your footsteps seem too loud. You pause, eyes adjusting to the silvered quiet, then step softly onto the sand. The moonlit ground yields under each sandal-clad foot, imprinting your own ephemeral prints beside those from dawn bookends to commerce life and backdrop of human endeavor. Tonight, the market sleeps under moon's watchful eye. Its stones, reeds, and ash bear silent testament to dawn's bustle, midday exchanges, and evening's lull. Tomorrow first light will rekindle the dance. But for now, in moonlit silence you discover that even emptiness can speak volumes if you only listen. Slow your breath as moonlight drapes the market in silver hush. Each shuttered stall, folded mat, and silent footprint settles like soft snow on earth's woven tapestry. Let your eyelids grow heavy with the promise of rest. Imagine the lamp's last embers dimming along dusty aisles, tiny stars extinguished one by one, while the moon's gentle glow bathes mud brick walls in pale calm. Feel the cool touch of night air on your skin, carrying whispers of stirred water, soft animal sighs, and reed mats shifting like drifting clouds. Allow these hushed rhythms to lull your mind. Recall the scents lingering in the stillness, faint spice dust in hidden corners, the sweet memory of dates pressed into fruitcakes, the whisper of lavender sachet blossoms, and the tang of brine from fish stalls, now silent. Let each aroma drift through your senses like a silent lullaby. Picture your footprints beside those from dawn, marking a circle of time that begins and ends in the market's beating pulse. As you walk through moonlit silence, know that every step, every rustle, every breath connects you to rhythms both ancient and enduring commerce, woven into community artistry, into daily life, dawn's promise, into night's embrace. Now let your thoughts settle like fine dust in moonlight. Exhale slowly, releasing tension as reeds release their last notes into the air. Your heart carries the market's ambient lullaby, a tapestry of sound, scent, and shadow, woven into memory. Drift now into rest, cradled by moonlit silence and the market's gentle farewell. Sleep deep, carried on the hush of empty aisles and the promise of tomorrow's first light.